Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, new spaces, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this spring. Love, Keeneland.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Chilly to start the day here on this Saturday, but it's going to warm up, Gabby.
It is. We just need the sun to come out. That's it. Because it's a little cloudy. I mean, the horses absolutely love this weather. It's just, and I love it too. You just got to be prepared.
We're ready. We're ready to rock and roll.
I had this in the office. Ready to rock and roll.
Let's get after
Big Saturday.
There's a lot of money on the line today when it comes to our stakes races, the entire card, and especially this Pick 6. 2-day Pick 6 carryover starts with race number 6. $154,000 carries from yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a tough sequence the last 2 days. We had a 45-1 winner within the sequence yesterday. The late Pick 5 was a big payout. Obviously, that 2-day Pick 6 carryover as well. So let's see what's in store for this afternoon.
Let's go ahead and get into our social media for Keeneland and give us follows on Facebook, Instagram, X, at Keeneland Racing on X, then at Keeneland on Instagram, Facebook, and then FanDuel TV. You can give them a follow on X. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and then the Keeneland Race Day app. Go ahead and download that on your smartphone or tablet, and you can stay current on all our selections. You can look back at results for each and every race day. So the Keeneland Race Day app, one of the best tools that we have for you when it relates to racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. But let's take a look back to yesterday. We start in race number 6. Ring Curl had big reason why the Pick 6 carried. She was 45-1. Flashing something late to clear off and win by a length.
I was actually standing next to Troy Wismer and his team by the paddock, or by the winner's circle yesterday, and they were just so excited. You love to see it. In the Limestone, the FanDuel TV Limestone yesterday, Slay the Day got the victory, and she did just that there for the connection.
She left there running, got herself in a good spot. She'd touted herself all week that she was doing well, and when we saddled her, she never turned a hair. She took everything in a stride here, and look, we're just so thrilled that she's doing what she's doing and she's found a surface. She's a beautifully bred filly, and now she's a Grade 3 winner.
Cut to the chase, took race number 8 for Wesley Ward, Thomas Bachman, Johnny Velasquez. She looked phenomenal coming out onto the track, and she delivered in a big way. Now 2 for 2 in her dirt races at Keeneland. As we take a look at her in the winner's circle. And then race number 9, Zulu Kingdom, got to the front end and never looked back in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Chad Brown, win number 3,000 coming into Grade 1 at Keeneland.
Life doesn't get better than this. I mean, how about Charlie going to the Derby was great, but this, having my brother here with me and the partners I have are just great. And that guy Flavie, and I just love him, and he's a great. And Chad's an amazing, he's just a genius. Chad is a genius, and I appreciate my partner, especially Sal Kuman, for letting me in on this horse. And this is just great, and hopefully we move forward from here.
Leading jockey, leading trainer standings. Gab, you still with me?
I'm still here.
Just making sure. Johnny, Jose Ortiz, Luis Saez tied with 6. Irad's got 5, as does Johnny V. Flavian with 4. Wesley Ward pulled 1 clear of Brad Cox and Bill Mott and Rusty Arnold and Brian Lynch with that win yesterday with Cut to the Chase. So still early days when it comes to the jockey trainer standings, but the big names that we always tend to see here at Keeneland Racecourse in those top 2, top 3 positions. Let's go to WKYT for the weather.
For your Keeneland forecast today, we've got another great day if you are headed off to the races. Just a little bit more cloud cover is going to be showing up. There was a weak front that pushed over our skies, gave us a little more moisture, and we're going to watch those temperatures struggle to get up towards the low end of the 70s. But hey, we're still going to reach the low end of the 70s. A good amount of cloud cover will start to break in those later post times. You're still going to see glimpses of sunshine. It's hard not to have a good day if you're out at Keeneland. Just maybe take things a bit slower and watch out for some of that cloud cover. There's a small isolated chance that tapers off by those later post times.
Fast and firm conditions. Those are our track conditions for the day, presented by John Deere as we jump into our Grade 1 feature, race number 9 on the card. This race does start the $3 late pick 3 back-to-back stakes races on the card. We go from the Jenny Wiley to the Stone Street Lexington, but 2 big scratches in here, Gabby. Lush Lips and Destino Doro withdrawn.
Yeah, Lush Lips was 5-2 on the morning line. Destino Doro was 4-1 on the morning line. So with those 2 scratching out of this race, the money will go to Sagesta there for trainer Chad Brown, hoping to get another Grade 1 win this weekend here at Keeneland. The last time we saw her was in the Matriarch, actually back in November. She got herself a Grade 1 win in that event, and she was a whisker away in the First Lady 2 starts back to get another Grade 1 win here at Keeneland.
this is a race that is now, well, it was always very wide open, really. I mean, I know I have the 2 scratches of the morning line favorite and second choice, but Expensive Queen, to me, I always was with this filly. I was always going to take a shot with her in this race because I just think that she has just gotten good, and she's got the form here at Keeneland. This is obviously a step up in class from running in the Alstall Memorial Stakes at Fairgrounds and then Allowance Company prior to that. She has been Grade 1 tested in the past in the Grade 1 Gamely going back to Santa Anita of last year, I should say, but she was fractious, popped out of the front of the starting gate, etc. Things just didn't go right, but this race was very impressive. Settled off the pace, ran them down late. She was 4-1 on the afternoon, but she made pretty easy work of this group. She beats Maduro in here. She's the runner-up in this race for CRK Stables, who's going to be running in the Jenny Wiley today as well. But Expensive Queen is where I end up, and like I said before, her first start in the United States was right here at Keeneland, and it was a victory just about a year ago. And here's a look at her workout on the Keeneland turf course. This is on April 4th. She worked in 53-2. It was just an easy spin over the turf course.
Yeah, she pretty much maintained a consistent work tab down there at Palm Meadows over the winter for Brendan Walsh. And as we look at her getting her feet over the surface here, she looks pretty good. And I agree with you. I mean, she is just a filly that continues to rise to the occasion as the waters get deeper. And she's in the deep end of the pool today, that's for sure. But she at least has that momentum behind her.
Suggestas the second choice for me. We saw Chad Brown with Zulu Kingdom coming off the long layoff yesterday. He was fit, ready to rock and roll, got the Grade 1 victory. This mare has been seen even more recently. I think it was 7 months for Zulu Kingdom, 4 months since we saw Sagesta, Grade 1 winner of the Matriarch at Del Mar, as we mentioned, and she's running Grade 1 races, graded stakes races over the course of the last couple of seasons, so she's my second selection. And then the number 5 horse rounds out the top 3, another one for Chad Brown, Dynamic Pricing. It's been 6 months since we've seen her. She was in the Grade 1 First Lady back in the fall. Prior to that, she won the Just a Game at Saratoga back in June of last year, so she's one that can come rolling late, and you've got to respect her. So I go 1, 10, and 5, looking for a bit of a price, and I think we'll get it on the 1. Maybe not quite, 8-1 that she is on the morning line, but with the scratches. But I think that she's going to be played a little bit less.
She'll probably
than
be third choice
and Dynamic Price.
Yeah, I think she'll be third choice between after Chad's 2. I, too, went to Expensive Queen. I originally did not pick her on top. I did pick Lush Lips in here. But with this rail post position, I think she should be able to get covered up nicely. She should be able to have enough pace in front of her today as well. Aussie Girl in there. She should probably be the pace setter in here. She's been able to go pretty fast on the front end. So I go to her as the top play. But Sagesta, as you mentioned, we'll take a look at her First Lady second place finish. This was 2 starts back, I mentioned, and this is the last time we saw her here at Keeneland. She actually broke her maiden at Keeneland as well. So the 2 times that she's been here, she's run very, very well. She was a neck away from this Grade 1 win. Obviously, this was won by Simply in Front on this day, but she kept grinding it out here in the deep stretch and just could not get her head down in time to get that Grade 1 score. But she did come back to win the Grade 1 Matriarch in her next start. And once again, another one that is coming off a lengthy layoff. But we know that Chad Brown can get them ready off of these extended layoffs. So 110 and then the 5 Dynamic Pricing. I think with her, the biggest issue here is there is the presence of some pace, but it's not a ton of pace. And she does make that big move from off the pace, way off the pace. So the only concern with her would probably be, does she get the right type of setup today with all the scratches?
Well, can Aussie Girl, I mean, I know we touched on the fact that she's likely the speed in this race. Mm-hmm. Can she get brave out on the front end?
She might
be
able
enough to go ahead and keep on rolling under Ben Curtis?
I would assume that that's going to be the strategy today, and it'll depend on whether or not anybody else wants to go with her. But I think naturally she's probably the fastest to be able to dictate today. Or
could Flavian try to get to the front with Sagesta? I mean, Zulu Kingdom yesterday got to the front, and it worked out. I mean, I think it's we're trying to predict what's going to happen, and it's obviously you've got the best riders on planet Earth here at Keeneland Racecourse that are going to judge what's going to happen going into the first turn, right?
And still, you have a plan, and it doesn't always play out that way. We saw yesterday in the feature that Charlie Appleby entered a horse to create some pace in the race, and then the horse didn't get out of the gate very well, and that changed the dynamic of the race and led to Zulu Kingdom going gate to wire. So you never really know, but on paper it will kind of look like Aussie Girl should be able to get the lead, and Sagesta could just track right off of her.
That's a look at the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. Race number 10, our next stop here on today at Keeneland. It is the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington, $400,000 on the line. And Azum is the morning line favorite, the number 9 horse, 2-1. He rolled a field at Colonial in his most recent start. 19-length victory.
Mm-hmm. So what do we do with it?
It's like the further ado of Colonial.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he does.
What do we do with that win now? Everybody was talking about that because that was that on the Friday or the Saturday? Was that the undercard of the Virginia Derby?
I think it was the day before the Virginia Derby, if I remember correctly.
And everybody was talking about the horse, but you were there, and they had some odd weather. The track changed significantly from Friday to Saturday, if I am correct, right? It
snowed the day before.
Yeah.
On the Thursday. And then I believe if this March 14th was Friday, but things changed quite a bit over those days. He got a fast main track to work with.
I'm always a little leery of that when tracks change and the weather change. That's a very important variable.
Well, Colonial has been in these 2 years of racing that we've had in those 3-day stops in March. It's been a very speedy track, right? We've seen that. So I respect him, but I also respect the horse coming in from New Mexico. The hell we did for Peacock Family Holdings and trainer Todd Fincher. This is a colt by Authentic. You want to talk about flashy as well. He won by 13, not quite 19, but he runs in 108 flat, and he's geared down. I mean, Sunland Park is a very fast racetrack as well, but look how easy he's doing this as he draws away from his competition. And, I mean, he didn't have to work whatsoever and stops the clock, again, in 108. And I spoke to Todd Fincher a couple of days ago about this colt. He says he's been wanting longer distance races. They look forward to seeing him. He said he wished he would have had a route race in him before coming into this type of race. But he said, we'll find out. But this is a huge family. Mr. Peacock and the Peacock Family Holdings have a wonderful race mare, or broodmare, I should say, who was a wonderful race mare, Rose's Desert. She has produced 7 winners from 7 starters, 6 stakes winners, including Senior Buscador. This is a half-brother to Senior Buscador, who a couple of years ago won the Grade 1 Saudi Cup. So it's an enormous family, big test. I really look forward to seeing this horse run today. Azum, I respect him as well. That was too impressive of a performance to ignore when it comes to that Colonial race just about a month ago. And then the number 10 horse, Confessional for Brad Cox. He came out of the Virginia Derby, or comes out of the Virginia Derby, where he was kind of even in that race, but he has been pretty battle-tested, and we'll see how he fares on the cutback in distance. I think that could be a plus for him, going a mile and a 16th. And a 2-turn race. Keep in mind that Virginia Derby at a mile and an 1/8, it's a 1-turn setup down there in New Kent, Virginia.
So it's unfortunate, but my top selections in Jenny Wiley and the Stone Street Lexington both scratched. I really liked the 4 and Force Agenda in here. I was taking a shot with this 10-1 horse on the morning line. With him out, I default into my second selection, Corona de Oro. And I like him. I like him as an alternative. I think you'll still be able to get a good price because I think the money's going to come in, especially on Brad's horse after that flashy win last time out. My only concern with him is that he got a really good trip last time out. He was forwardly placed. It was somewhat of a moderate pace. It was his first time stretching out to 2 turns. He went a mile and a 16th, so at least he has that foundation underneath of him, which I like. But if you go back and you watch his 6 furlong test against maiden special weight horses 2 starts back, Scott, he did not want to go past the other horse, and I don't think there's a situation where he's on the lead today, and that concerns me with him. I did default into him, though. The 9, Azum, I don't know what to make of that last effort. I looked at the calendar. That was on Saturday, so it was the undercard of the Virginia Derby. But still, that main track at Colonial can be very speed favoring. I think there's the presence of other pace in here as well, so it'll be really interesting to see how the pace plays out. And then you get the 7, The Hell We Did. I don't have a lot of confidence in this race. I really think anything could happen. Azum could win by 20 lengths again, or we could have a horse that's 20-1 that wins. I don't have a good read of this race because I think especially the pace scenario is murky. There's a lot of fast horses, and their sprinters stretching out.
Yeah, and they've got to relax at some point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that you can go fast to the first wire finish and do well, but when you're in graded stakes races, you've got to contain it a little bit at some point in time. It is really a difficult race, and that is going to be reflected when we talk about the late pick 4, which we'll get to a little bit later on in the show. So that is a look at our 2 stakes races, our 2 features, the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley and the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington. We're going to dive into some key races, and I'm going to take us to race number 6. This race does start the pick 6 with that $154,000 2-day carryover, so keep that in mind. It's a $1 minimum wager. 1 1/8 is the distance for this event. 2 other than allowance race, optional $80,000 tag, and the number 7 horse Conquest Warrior is the morning line favorite. This is a horse that back a couple of years ago at the age of 3 was a touted horse, right? I mean, he was very good when with Shug McGahee, broke his maiden, went back-to-back going 1 1/8, and then they tried him in the Grade 1 Florida Derby. After the Florida Derby, we didn't see him until, and this is Florida Derby of 2024, where Fierceness won. We didn't see him all of last year, and then he comes back in 2026 in February at Fairgrounds and runs a good second. He makes the lead, and then a horse named Corporate Power is going to pass him in the stretch, and Corporate Power is a nice horse. He finished second in the New Orleans Classic behind Touch Upon a Star, who earned a massive speed figure and just ran away from him for the DeLome family. So Conquest Warrior, second race off the long layoff. We've seen him get the 1 1/8 in the past, and trainer Steve Asmussen had him ready to roll well enough to finish second to a really nice horse of Steve's as well, Corporate Power. The number 2 horse is the second selection, Authentic Strike, for Rudy Brisset. He's same sort of deal. We didn't see him all of last year. First start back, almost an identical run line for him when you look at that. He made the lead. He got past, beaten 3/4 of a length. So second off the long layoff as he goes out to 1 1/8 again. He gets Flavian Pratt in the saddle. And then Excite, another one, second off a layoff, not an extremely long layoff like the other 2 horses in here, but inside position. He's won going 1 1/8 in the past. It was in the slop, to be fair, here at Keeneland Racecourse, but the inside post position looks to be a benefit for him in this somewhat compact field. So a really good race, quality event that I think that it has some stakes caliber horses in it. So 7-2-1 for me in race number 6.
Yeah, I agree. That's a really good race. I'm going to take us to race number 7. This is on the turf at the distance of 1 mile. This race also does kick off the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 races 7, 9, and 11. So keep that in mind. I wanted to feature this race and talk about it a little bit because although Chad's horse should be the favorite at 8-5 and probably maybe even shorter than that with the scratch of the 4 in here for Wesley Ward, who probably figured to take some money, I think this is a bit of a wide open race. Chad's horse obviously won by 7 last time out, breaking his maiden. That was impressive. Maybe he'll come back and do the same. It was first time blinker, so you kind of get an idea of where that came from. But I went with a little bit of a price, the 2 Love 'Em or Liam. Take you back to his last turf race, his only turf race, and that was at Tampa, going 1 1/16. And this horse, I thought, ran a fine race. He rallied from off the pace. It was a slow pace in front of him. He went 24 flat, 48-4 for the half as well. And he starts picking up the pieces late. This is the only time that they've tried the son of Liam's map on the turf. He's also out of an Into Mischief mare. Probably should be able to run on anything, but he really started to get going late. And I actually think he's probably 2 things I like about him. He broke his maiden last time out after a long time, so light bulb angle. And now he comes back to a surface that I think he might prefer. So he's the top play. Of course, I'm going to use the 6 in there. And then the 7, Noble Confessor. I don't know what to do with this horse. I mean, Todd campaigned him long distances in the past, 1 3/8, 1 5/16, and now he cuts him back to 1 mile. I think he's still trying to find his identity and figure out what he's best at. So I would be a little bit leery of taking him at a short price.
He went, he went really fast in that last race, right?
He did.
I mean, the internal fractions. I know Gulfstream Park has a fast turf course, but that's almost unsustainable, and it caught up with him late. So we'll see how he hopefully can relax under Tyler Gaffleone. That is Noble Confessor, rather, in race number 7. Let's jump into the Clocker report for this Saturday. We'll go to race number 6 once again, and Authentic Strike, the number 2 horse for Rudy Brisset. There he is, working on the outside of a horse by the name of Green Light, and doing so in hand, as this was back on April 2nd, stops the clock in a minute flat.
Yeah, this was a good little workout, and Greenlight obviously is a nice horse in his own right, so it looks like these two teamed up. Good workmates on that morning. Race number 1, the 7 Galantina, also is a horse to pay attention to. Worked 4 furlongs and 48 and 2. Daughter of Vino Rosso breeds a sharp half mile, working on even terms with stablemate, a 4-year-old Candy Ride filly who broke her maiden at Laurel Park back in February, and she is reunited today with Luis Saez.
So that's a look at the Clocker report. Race 6, the 2, race 1, the 7. Let's go to our Keeneland Sales Grad Spotlight, and it will take us to race number 8 to the number 10 horse. We called Kurt about tricky names, and we didn't ask him about this one.
Typical of us.
La Rascasse?
We tried to prepare, but now we're phoning a friend again.
$750,000
La Rascasse? Cassie.
$750,000 Keeneland September yearling back in 2024, purchased by Resolute Racing. This one sent out by Will Walden. Has had some good workouts up at Turfway Park. Worked out of the gate in 47 flat. It's a filly by Authentic and the first runner for the Candy Ride mare, Halawala. So watch out for the 10. That's what I'm going to go with now in race number 8. You looking up the pronunciation?
I was looking up what it was, and I think it's a bar? I don't know. We'll save that for another day.
Looks like a bar. Let's go. Where are we headed? Pulse Race Exotic, as the graphic says.
And we have a combo ticket today. So it's $42 isn't bad. But we do have coverage in the 10th race, which is the Stone Street Lexington, because I think you and I both agree that anything could happen there.
Yeah, that's the idea here. I mean, the Jenny Wiley, we're taking a shot with Expensive Queen. If you want to double it up, double this ticket, make it $84. Sagesta, I think, would be the immediate one that you would throw into the mix there. And if you've got even a bigger bankroll, go 3 deep as well. But, yeah, in the Stone Street Lexington, 1, 2, 3, 7, 10, and 11, and then 4, 6, and 11 when it comes to the nightcap. So $42, that's what we're putting up. And what did we find out as far as the name pronunciation on our Keeneland Selgrad Spotlight?
Rascasse.
It's a turn in the Monaco Grand Prix. Thank you, Cormac.
Thank you.
Best angle segment. Race number 11, West End Kid is where I go in the nightcap. West End Kid, Will Walden, second-time starters, 29% winners. First-time blinkers, Will Walden, 33% winners. So West End Kid is a horse that I like, and we take it back to his debut in February down at Gulfstream Park, and came rolling late. You're going to see him. He's not even in vision right now. It says steadied. I could never pick up the steadied aspect of it because I don't think it was on screen, but right here is when he comes into frame, and he was showing some ability. There he is in the Mo Speed Racing Silks. So second time out, blinkers on, second time starter for Will Walden. We're dropping the $20 win play on West End Kid in the nightcap.
I see your Will Walden, and I raise you on Will Walden.
We're going with Will today?
Yeah. Race number 5, my best angle. Take a look at that runner here, the number 2, Tilson. And this first-time starter by Instagram out of Cambiar Park. Do you remember her? She was a really nice race filly. Multiple Grade 1 winner on the turf. She also won the QE2 right here at Keeneland. There's been no other siblings to race, so this is the first out of her. And I'm really interested to see what this gelding can do here today. This is a look at him breezing in company with Tulip. Tilson and Tulip. Tilson and Tulip all down the stretch. That could be another horse's name. But no, I thought this horse had a solid workout down on the inside, got a lot out of this with the workmate. Obviously, when you go back and you look at OXO Equine, they purchased the mare out of the Keeneland November sale for $1.25 million. So hopefully her babies can do some good on the track today. And this horse debuts at 1 mile and a 16th on the turf. And I really don't think it's that tough of a field. I think it's kind of ripe for a first-time starter in there. So we'll see if Will Walden can have a couple of winners today.
I wonder how Will is going to feel the fact that we're banking so much on him. Sometimes trainers like it. Sometimes it seems like the majority of the time they don't. But yeah, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Good luck to you, Will. We're counting on you. Those are our best angles. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot play of the day.
Long shot play today comes in the 8th race. It's the 7, Divine Passion. Kenny McPeak is the trainer, and he took this horse to Saratoga to make the debut. That suggests to me that he may think there's a lot of ability there in this one. He uses his go-to rider, Brian Hernandez Jr., on the back of this one. And this is a filly that has good enough speed that she can get a good position early and going to take a shot at, I think, what will be a pretty healthy price that Divine Passion can maybe steal the money in today's 8th race.
I like that. I like that angle.
Hey, Tom's been doing well, and I said this yesterday. The clockers have been on point as well, so it's been a good meet. I know I was being hard on myself yesterday. I don't know if you noticed, but I had a pretty good day, Gabby.
You did? I did not notice. Fire emoji?
Things were pretty good. Yeah, I got the old fire emoji on the
app.
Keeneland Race Day app.
You have made it.
Yes.
When do you get the fire emoji?
I need to, we should get like a sticker, right?
Yeah.
Or like a chain. You know how they have the chains that, maybe not.
That doesn't seem very keen.
No, it doesn't. I can wear it at home, though.
You
or
can.
when I'm playing
or the
pickleball
grocery store,
with the crew.
Wherever you need to go. Your errands.
We had some important workouts this morning.
We did? Yeah.
Bella Ballerina.
Bella Ballerina worked today. We'll talk about Derby in a little bit, but Golden Tempo worked yesterday. But this is a very interesting work, Scott. She worked, I guess you could say, in company. She has 2 workmates in front of her, and they were very intentional with keeping her behind those workmates. You can see Tyler, who was aboard this work, getting very close to the workmates ahead of her, getting some dirt in the face, getting a lot of experience out of this. So it just makes me wonder why. I would love to have a little chat with Brendan at some point today to kind of pick his brain on what the purpose of this work was.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, obviously it was done with intention. And then here's a look at Golden Tempo. He's got 60 Derby qualifying points. We saw him win the Lecomte back in January, and he is a beautiful horse out of the Cherie DeVaux barn.
He is. I think it's just his running style, right? He kind of takes a little bit of time to get going. And I think with that, he's a horse that continues to get better. He is a very nice hopeful there for trainer Cherie DeVaux as well. And that was a nice little work that we saw, too.
We got to say goodbye.
We
got 10 seconds left. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy today, Keeneland.
It's a perfectly timed sale.
When you're racing in a place like Keeneland, it gets everybody's adrenaline pumping, and then to be able to transfer that adrenaline right down into the sales environment.
Sales a great addition, I think, to the end of the meet. Everyone's one to participate, so it's fun to pick up a horse.
It's a great sale to find a horse with potential.
Got to see them on the track and see how they perform.
Really kicking off Derby week. Welcome you to the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. Good to have you back with us.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electric and hybrid vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, new spaces, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this spring. Love, Keeneland.
Keeneland welcomes Pause and Listen to the paddock. Pause and Listen is an all-female ensemble auditioned from within the University of Kentucky Treble Choir. They sing pop a cappella music and are wonderful ambassadors for the university, performing regularly in concerts on and off campus and for various functions in the community. Today, Pause and Listen is pleased to sing our state song and the national anthem. They are joined by the University of Kentucky ROTC for the presentation of colors. First up, My Old Kentucky Home. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Present on.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket bombs bursting through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
On. Right face. Forward march.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Mark Perkins with concessions as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Mark. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland. Time for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. The temporary rail is down today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race where the first of the rolling doubles and pick threes begin. Also started the early pick 5, no carryover. In that first race, scratch the 8 Buckeye Bombshell. Scratch number 8 Buckeye Bombshell. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 3, Standard Deduction. Scratch the 11, Wild Cotton. Scratch the 12, Gentleman Jim. Scratch 13, Usain TH. Scratch 15, Race for Cover. And scratch 16, Amador. That's in the second race. Scratch 3, Standard Deduction. Also scratch the 11, Wild Cotton. The 12, Gentleman Jim. The 13, Usain TH. Also scratch the 15, Race for Cover, and the 16, Amador. Please note number 14 draws into the race. 14 next time draws into the race, the jockey as programmed. Third race, scratch number 4, Money Run. That's the third race. Scratch the 4, Money Run. Fourth race is where the middle pick 4 gets underway. In that fourth race, scratch the 2, Island Barbie. Also scratch number 4, She Won't Budge. Also scratch the 5, Bella Darling. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 2, Island Barbie. Scratch the 4, She Won't Budge. And scratch the 5, Bella Darling. Please note, in that fourth race, jockey change, number 3, Once Upon a Time, the jockey Summer Polly. Number 3, Once Upon a Time, the jockey Summer Polly. Weight is okay. Jockey change on the 6, Willowy. That'll be Victor LeBron. 6, Willowy. Jockey Victor LeBron. Again, weight is okay. On to the fifth race. In race 5, scratch the 9, Quiet Mischief. Fifth race, scratch the 9, Quiet Mischief. Please note, contrary to the program, the 3, Comprehensive, is a Ridgeling. Number 3, Comprehensive, a Ridgeling. Sixth race, that's where the pick 6 begins with that $154,000 carryover. No changes in the sixth. Seventh race starts the late pick 5, starts the $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3. In that seventh race, scratch the 4, Ciro DiMarzio. Scratch the 4, Ciro DiMarzio. Please note a jockey change on the 1, Sinister 6. That'll be Luis Saez. That's the seventh race, number 1, Sinister 6, the jockey Luis Saez. Eighth race starts the late pick 4. No changes in that eighth event. Race 9, the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. Scratch the 7, Lush Lips. Scratch the 8, Destino Doro. That's the 9th race. Scratch the 7, Lush Lips. Scratch the 8, Destino Doro. 10th race, the Stone Street Lexington. Scratch the 4, Enforced Agenda. 10th race, scratch the 4, Enforced Agenda. 11th and final race, no carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. In the 11th race, scratch number 3, Royal Guard. Scratch the 10, Edzo Said So. Scratch the 12, Must Carry. It's the 11th race, scratch 3, Royal Guard. Scratch 10, Edzo Said So. Scratch the 12, Must Carry. Please note, jockey change on the 1, Star Medal. Gerardo Corrales will ride. The 11th race, number 1 Star Medal, Gerardo Corrales is the jockey. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker, and happy Saturday, as we've got a Grade 1 Saturday here at Keeneland Racecourse. Gabby Gaudette, before we talk about the 2 features today, how about another pick 6 carryover? Starts in race number 6, 2-day carryover, over $154,000.
Yeah, we had a 45-to-1 winner on yesterday's card as well, so we have been able to see some pretty impressive prices, to say the least, over the past couple of days. So looking forward to that pick six carryover and lots of betting opportunities today.
And our stakes races today go back-to-back, races 9 and 10, starting with the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. Big scratches in this race. Lush Lips and Destino Doro withdrawn, so Sagesta now becomes the morning line favorite. A Grade 1 winner in a most recent start that was down at Del Mar.
Yeah, the two favorites in that event did scratch, so I do think that that's going to pave the way for a horse like Sagesta to be the post-time favorite. She comes out of a Grade 1 win last time out. The last time we saw her at Keeneland, she lost by a whisker in the Grade 1 First Lady, but she's been able to deliver some really stellar performances here at Keeneland. Expensive Queen from the rail now, too. Another one for Brendan Walsh with the scratch of Lush Lips. Now he's only going to be represented by that filly.
And Chad Brown has two in there. He also has Dynamic Pricing. Pretty wide open race, especially with those scratches. And speaking of wide open, 44th running of the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington. Some horses that have been very, very flashy. Others that have tried to stay on that Derby path. This race does offer Derby points, the Stone Street Lexington, but I think it looks like a spread race to me.
Azum comes in off of a really impressive victory last time out at Colonial Downs for Brad Cox, but he really does get the acid test today. I think the same could be said for the Hell We Did. Also comes off of a very impressive victory last time out, but the pace scenario in that race looks to be very interesting because there's a lot of fast horses in there.
Looking forward to the day. Two graded stakes races, the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington, and a big pick six carryover over $154,000, which begins in race number 6.
Good afternoon and welcome to a great Saturday of racing here at Keeneland. We start off with a mile and a 16th maiden claiming event. The claiming price is $30,000. Fillies and mares ages 3 and up going a mile and a 16th on the Keeneland main track. And the horses are being walked around the paddock at the moment. And we are taking a look at Lexico, my pick in this race for trainer Joe Sharp and jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 7 starts, only 2 runner-up finishes, but both of those have come recently. One near the end of February, the other on the first day of 2026. So 2 of her best races have come in the last 3 starts. Last time out, still a pretty solid 4th, beaten less than 4 lengths. All of those races on the synthetic at Turfway Park. So now switching back to the main track, but ran well on this main track at this distance last fall, setting the early pace, fading to finish 4th that day. So we know that Lexico can handle the track. Currently at a 9-2 with the scratch of the second choice on the morning line, Buckeye Bombshell. You knew the money was going to move around somewhere else. So Lexico, a little bit of a price still at 9-2. Let's take a look at the 6 horse, Nuts and Bolts, and that is currently the 3-1 betting favorite. The public not having a real strong opinion on this race at the moment. Nuts and Bolts from the barn of trainer Kenny McPeak. Brian Hernandez Jr. is in the saddle on this one. Last start was the first week of March out at Oaklawn Park. It was a drop down in class, opened up at maiden optional claiming, the $75,000 level, and down to a straight maiden claiming event for $35,000. So takes another drop down today, and that could be the angle that gets this one to the winner's circle in her 3rd lifetime start. Both of those starts at 6 furlongs, so stretching out to 2 turns here, but that is something that the McPeak barn excels at. So there are several things to like about Nuts and Bolts, and that's why she is currently the 3-1 betting favorite in our opening race. The 1 goes for trainer Brad Cox. That is Speed Skater. Lavian Pratt will be in the saddle on this one. Both lifetime starts have come on the turf course. Now, this is a little bit of a drop down in class, similar angle to the drop down for the 6, but the change in surface is in play here as well for speed skater. Last time out, ran an improved race on the drop-in class, finishing third, beaten just a little more than 5 lengths. Both of those races going 2 turns. The first one debut at a mile and a 16th and came back and ran at a mile. So certainly should be able to handle this mile and a 16th today. But the question is the main track for speed skater by Keen Ice, the former Travers winner. We'll come back and take a look at a couple more after they go through the post parade. Good luck on race 1 here at Keeneland. are you? Oh, yeah.
I do what I want. He can't leave the house longer.
Okay.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maiden claiming event fillies and mares age 3 and up, a price of $30,000. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering, and also started the early pick 5. Scratch the 8 Buckeye Bombshell. Number 8 is scratched. Post time 6 minutes.
Taking a look at the 7-horse Galatina for trainer Kerry Brion, jockey Luis Saez. If you caught the Today at Keeneland show this morning with Scott Hazelton and Gammy Gaudette, you saw them mention that this one was one of the clocker picks. Noteworthy was the April 2nd work here at Keeneland, 4 furlongs in 48 and a fifth. And Galatina has been to the post 11 times and has hit the board 5. So at 8-1, a horse that you might consider for a bit of a price play in this race off the encouraging training pattern that the local clockers have taken note of. Also want to look at the 9 West Coast Dream from trainer Michael McCarthy, and Juan Hernandez is in the saddle. This one is down to 3-1 from a 6-1 morning line. Now you had the second choice on the morning line that did scratch, so you knew the price might come down just a little bit, but that's half. The morning line price has been cut in half on West Coast Dream, who's been out just one time, and that was all the way back in August of last year at Ellis Park. Broke 7th and closed to finish 3rd that day, going a mile and a 16th on the turf. So as is the case with a couple of others that here, the question is changing surfaces, but the ability to handle the distance should certainly be there. This one is by West Coast out of an Afleet Alex mare, so the pedigree one would think is there to handle the main track, and West Coast Dream is looking good on the main track. So 3-1, take note of that. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Star Bright, Star Light comes forward with Galatina. Will be a first wire finish here. Knock on Wood. West Coast Dream will be the last one. Walking up. Goes in there at the post. And they're off. There goes Lexico. Lexico right out for the lead. Knock on Wood is there, along with Speed Skater to the inside. And there goes Nuts and Bolts, moving up a forwardly placed fourth, but wide into the first turn. Lexico has the lead. Gets over toward the rail. Try to save some ground around the first turn. Nuts and Bolts to the outside. And then Speed Skater, who checked there heading into the first turn, but is now tucked away in third, right behind the leaders. Joined there by Knock on Wood, who's fourth up on the outside. West Coast Dream starts moving up from fifth to challenge for fourth. Gap of 2 to Galatina. And then further back, Queen McKenzie, who's next to last off the first turn, and Star Bright, Starlight trails 24.34 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Lexico, the leader up the backstretch, leads it by a length. Nuts and Bolts outward from the rail, second, 3/4 of a length. Speed Skater is third by just ahead at the midpoint of the backstretch. West Coast Dream is fourth up on the outside and running 4 lengths off the lead, and is tracked closely there by Galatina to the far outside as they head to the far turn. Galatina's moving up, but going to be about 4 wide at the entry to the far turn. And then Knock on Wood, Star Bright, Starlight, who's next to last, and Queen McKenzie trails 49.26. The time for the first half mile. Lexico, the leader. West Coast Dream goes to second. Galatina is still moving wide around the far turn, up into third now. Speed Skater is still there toward the rail in fourth. Nuts and Bolts drops back around the turn. Knock on Wood moves up fifth, 6 lengths off the lead. They're already past the quarter pole, top of the short stretch. Lexico chased by West Coast Dream and Speed Skater down toward the inside. It is Lexico turning for home, leads it by 2 lengths. Speed Skater to the inside, and West Coast Dream, who's still there toward the outside into the final furlong. West Coast Dream coming after the leader. It is still Lexico with a short lead. Speed Skater has to switch off the rail. Ran out of room to the inside. Is coming late, but here's the wire. And the new leader, West Coast Dream, is going to be the winner of the opener. West Coast Dream gets there to take it by 2 on the line. It was Speed Skater up for second, around Lexico in third, and then further back Galatina was across the wire fourth.
West Coast Stream with a powerful stretch run to get the win in our opening race. First time on the main track, first time since August of last year hitting the track for trainer Michael McCarthy, but this one was ready under Juan Hernandez and gets the win. Tough luck for speed skater who had to check early, as Kurt Becker mentioned, and then had to pull off the rail and get out to the middle of the track to find a clear path in the stretch. So speed skater with some tough luck, but West Coast Dream gets the win for Stoneway Farm in our opening race at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first. Number 9, West Coast Dream, finished first. Number 1, Speed Skater, was second. Number 5, Lexico, third. And number 7, Galatina, fourth. 9157 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, number 9, West Coast Dream, owned by the Stoneway Farm of James L. Stone, trained by Michael McCarthy. Juan Hernandez, the jockey. West Coast Dream, a 4-year-old filly by West Coast, out of Dream Dance by Fleet Alex. The winner bred in Kentucky by Stoneway Farm. 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 46.41 seconds. First race results official. 9157, the official results for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. The main track is fast. The turf is firm today. In this second race, scratch 3 standard deduction. Also scratch the 11 Wild Cotton, the 12 Gentleman Gem, the 13 Usain TH. Also scratch the 15 Race for Cover and the 16 Amador. A reminder, number 14 draws in. Number 14 next time draws into the race, jockey as programmed.
Checking in on the paddock for our second race. It's a maiden claiming event. The $20,000 tag, the purse $48,000. 7 furlongs for maidens 3 and up. And we're taking a look at Beale Street Boy, the current 5-2 favorite, was the 3-1 morning line choice for trainer Ben Colebrook and jockey Luan Machado. The angle here is the drop in class. This is the first time to face maiden claiming company for Beale Street Boy. But look at some of the names this horse has competed against. Blackout Time, Further Ado, Izum, who will be competing in the Lexington Stakes as the morning line favorite later today. Thailand was the winner on the opening day of this spring meet. So this is a significant class drop for Beale Street Boy. Only 1 third-place finish from 6 starts. But again, think about the level of competition that this one has been facing. Son of Street Sense out of a flatter mare who was bred here in Kentucky. Beale Street Boy currently at 5-2. Going to take a look at the horse down on the inside. That is Frosted Mug. Frosted Mug for trainer Ian Wilkes and jockey Luis Saez, who is going for 2 in a row in this spot. Frosted Mug is coming off a runner-up finish, encouraging performance down at Turfway Park. That was on the synthetic, of course, going 6 furlongs, so stretching out a bit in distance here. And Frosted Mug, that last race was his best. He is showing 1 race on the main track, and that was at Churchill Downs last November, and ran 4th, beaten 12 that day, but has some solid experience on the main track, which he is back on today. And it is a slight elevation in class from the $15,000 maiden claiming level to today's maiden 20 tag for the 1 Frosted Mug. 5 scratches in here, and the 14 was able to draw into the race and is taking some money, 8-1 on the morning line, but now down to 7-2. That is next time out of the barn of the owner, David Jacobson. Tyler Gaffleone will be in the saddle for the first time on this one. 3rd lifetime start for the son of Not This Time. Both previous races on the turf course down at the fairgrounds. 4th first time out, came back against a better group. Next time out, finished 7th, both at maiden special weight level. So this is a drop in class for this one, as well as the surface change. But we saw the top 2 finishers in our previous race come off nothing but turf races and do quite fine on this Keeneland main track. So 7-2 right now on Next Time. Good luck with race 2, the start of the early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Maiden claiming race 3-year-olds and up for a price of $20,000, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. It started the early pick 4. Scratch number 3, standard deduction. Also scratched the 11 Wild Cotton. The 12 Gentleman Gem. Also scratched the 13 Usain TH. Also scratch 15, Race for Cover, and 16, Amador. A reminder, number 14 draws into the race. Next time, number 14 draws in the jockey as programmed. Fast Track Firm Turf today, post time 6 minutes.
Five minutes away from post time for our second race, start of the early pick 4. And the 6, right there, Beale Street Boy, remains the 5-2 favorite on the class drop from Maiden Special Weight Company to Maiden claiming at the $20,000 level for trainer Ben Colebrook. At race last time out, it shows 6th, beaten 24 lengths. But what you need to remember is that the winner won by 19.5 lengths. And again, that's Exum, who's going to be the morning line favorite in the Stone Street Lexington Stakes, or 10th race on the card today. Beale Street Boy that last race was on the 14th of March. That was the first start since 21st of December. So a little bit of a break there. So this one could improve in the second start off that freshening, and certainly looks full of himself as he heads down the Keeneland backstretch. Also want to take a look at the 4. This one's from trainer Dallas Stewart's barn. The angle here, this one is moving up in class, but the angle to take note of is that the last race on the 6th of March was this one's best race to date. Third place finish, beaten just under 6 lengths at a lower class level down at the fairgrounds at 6 furlongs. So needs to be able to stretch out to 7 here, but has competed at 7 before. It was raced a mile on the turf, a mile on the 16th on the main track. So certainly every reason to think that the distance won't be a problem on the stretch out for September Silver. But can he succeed with the elevation in class level here for the second race? Our start of the early pick 4 on this Saturday Keeneland card.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line race 2. Janie's Flying walks up, along with September Silver. Cardinal Union also in the tank. Beale Street Boy. Next time will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Next Time. Next Time bounds right out for the early lead. Beale Street Boy has speed in between horses, and here's Frosted Mug kicking into the inside. Cardinal Union center of the track with Janie's Flying also moving forward now to contest the lead. Janie's Flying, Cardinal Union to the outside of Next Time, who's down closer to the rail now in the third position. Dispersion goes fourth. Frosted Mug is fifth. In the tank is sixth toward the far outside. Beale Street Boy moves up one spot from seventh between horses. September Silver is eighth at a break of 3.5 more lengths. Back to rounding third, who is ninth to the outside, and Southern Soul 10th against the rail. 22.85 the time for the opening quarter. Onto the far turn they go. It is Janie's Flying who's there to the inside, but in the meantime Cardinal Union is going to respond and once again moves up and puts a head in front around the turn. Dispersion goes 3 wide and is up now into second position. Janie's Flying dropping back in the tank is toward the center of the track and goes to fourth, now to third, and in fact Next Time and in the tank begin moving as a team to the top of the stretch. A quarter mile to go. go. Cardinal Union has the lead. Dispersion is second, just off the leader's flank. Frosted Mug tries to work up the rail toward the inside of Next Time in the Tank, and Beale Street Boy are there on the grandstand side. Dispersion is up to grab the lead. Frosted Mug is running late from behind the horses in the stretch, and a late charge from Beale Street Boy within the Tank. Beale Street Boy in the Tank. September Silver changing lanes, dives to the inside of Dispersion. Dispersion, Beale Street Boy, September Silver. Dispersion, Beale Street Boy, head bobbing photo for the win.
Dispersion led them down the stretch with Beale Street Boy, the favorite, closing fast on the outside, and they hit the wire together. This is going to be a tight one. Dispersion in his fourth lifetime start since trainer Eric Foster lit up the tote board with a winner. Earlier this week, Fernando de la Cruz in the saddle, stretching out to 7 furlongs for the first time, and very tight on the wire. Maybe Dispersion held on by a nose. Beale Street Boy closing with every stride, and we are waiting for the official photo. Crowd reacting to the replay, obviously. This is very tight. There it is, the 8th, the unofficial winner, Dispersion, holding off the favorite, Beale Street Boy.
Unofficial result of Keeneland's second race in the photo. Number 8, Dispersion, finished first. Number 6, Beale Street Boy, second. Number 4, September Silver, third. And number 5, In the Tank, was fourth. 8-6-4-5 unofficial. Race 2 results official. 8-6-4-5, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's second race, number 8, Dispersion, owned by William Horrigal, Max's stable of Sidney Carmia, Foster Family Racing of Brooklyn Foster, and trained by Eric Foster with the jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Dispersion, a 3-year-old gelded son of Caravaggio out of Tetragonal by Mamos, bred in Kentucky by Healthy Wood Company Limited. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 26.72 seconds over the fast main track. Keeneland's third race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Main track listed fast. A reminder in the third race, scratch the 4, money run. Scratch the 4, money run.
Horse is finally getting to bask in the Keeneland sunshine on this Saturday. It has warmed things up just a bit as we come up to our third race on the card. It's a starter allowance for 4-year-olds and up, going a distance of 1 1/8 on the main track. So they'll start right here in front of the grandstand. The heavy favorite is the 7, IDK. IDK is racing out of the barn of trainer Kendall LaRose, who picked up his first win as a trainer here earlier this week. Irad Ortiz Jr. is in the saddle on this one. 47 lifetime starts, 30 times to finish first, second, or third. IDK has 12 victories. In his last 3 starts, a second, a third, and a first, all racing down at the fairgrounds, all going 1 mile and a 16th. So a bit of a stretch out here for IDK, but public certainly thinks he is up to the task. The odds now at 3-5 on IDK. The 2 currently held at odds of 7-1 is Tres Soleil, for the trainer who's also the owner, William Stinson Jr. Tyler Gaffleone is in the saddle on this one. 29 starts, 13 board hits, 5 wins, 5 seconds, 3 thirds for this one. This one's been running down at Turfway Park, going 1 mile in each of the last 2 races. That is a 2-turn race at Turfway. The third start back was at 1 mile and a 16th, and a third, a second, and a second in those last 3 outings. So this one's been pretty consistent of late. The question is the switch to the main track here, but 11 lifetime starts on main tracks with 2 seconds and 2 wins for Tres Soleil. So he has shown an ability to handle it in the past. And finally, the 3, King of Hollywood, currently at 9-1. This is a horse that has won 14 times from 52 lifetime starts, 5 second place finishes, 9 thirds. This one's coming up from Florida at Gulfstream Park. In the last 3 outings, a third, a seventh, and a second, but the 7th place finish was in an experiment on the synthetic track, which clearly did not go well. So you look at those last true main track races here in 2026, the first starts since September of last year, and the form is good for King of Hollywood, but facing probably a tougher group than he's been facing down in Florida in this particular spot. IDK still a heavy favorite at 3-5 as we come up to post time for our third race on this Saturday card. Good luck.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 4th race, a late jockey change in the 4th event. The jockey for the 6 Willowy will now be Carlos Barbosa. Keeneland's 4th race, number 6 Willowy. The jockey will now be Carlos Barbosa. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Starter allowance, 4-year-olds and up, 1 1/8 over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 4. Money Run, number 4, is scratched. Fast track, firm turf today. Post time 7 minutes.
That's the 7, IDK, who remains the heavy 3-5 favorite in this spot. A 7-year-old gelding by Overanalyze. 12 wins from 47 starts, and just not much to discount his chances in this spot. Nice pattern of works, first down at the fairgrounds and most recently at Churchill Downs, where got a bullet 5 furlong work at 59-1. So you can understand why IDK is the favorite. Has ticked up just 1 notch to 4-5 right now. If you are looking for a price, you could consider the 1 Hope Joe's Right, and you could hope Joe's Right about ready to win a 3rd straight race. On March the 5th, he won for trainer Joe Sharp by about 3/4 of a length. Next time out, won again, this time by almost 6 lengths. Was claimed by the Kelly Fernandez barn out of that win. Carlos Bobosa in the saddle, rail post position, going 1 1/8. Horse that did show a little more early speed last time, was just 1.5 lengths off at the first call, and well positioned to be up close from that rail slot today. But it's going to take a lot to knock out the favorite, one would think, in this spot at 4-5, IDK. Good luck in race number 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line third race. Hope Joe's Right goes in. Here's Trace Solis coming forward. Then King of Hollywood with 4 more to load. Non-fungible. Now Fountain Run. Last 2 get set to come forward. IDK. Ice Minister, the last one, walks up. Goes in there at the post. And they're off. There goes Non-Fungible. Non-Fungible right out for the lead. Fountain Run will provide company, though, to the outside. And Fountain Run moves up and takes a narrow lead heading into the first turn. Non-Fungible will be second against the rail. Fountain Run starts to move by and clears with the lead. Gets over to the inside to save ground around the turn. Leads it now by a length and a half. Non-Fungible second, a length and a half. IDK is third by a length and a half as they move off the turn. Trace Solis is fourth by just ahead outside of Hope Joe's Right, who's fifth against the rail. And then King of Hollywood is in the sixth position in a gap of 2 more lengths back to Ice Minister, last of the 7. 23.65 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Fountain Run shows the way up the backstretch. It is Fountain Run on top by nearly 3 lengths. Non-Fungible second by just 1 length. IDK now starts to press the issue, comes off the rail, moves up to challenge for that second spot. Then a gap of 3 more lengths. Trace Solis is fourth by a neck, just to the outside of Hope Joe's Right. Gap of 2 more. King of Hollywood just inside of Ice Minister. 47.46 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Over to the far turn. Fountain Run the leader by 2 lengths. The battle continues for second. IDK to the outside, up to take second by just ahead midway on the far turn. Non-Fungible now third against the rail by a length and a half. Trace Solis is fourth and still a half dozen lengths off the lead. In the meantime, as they come toward the quarter pole, IDK is closing in on Fountain Run, and the battle for the lead shapes up at the top of the stretch. IDK moves up on the outside and takes the lead off the far turn. Fountain Run is now second, coming toward the 8th pole. A gap of 5 more lengths back to Non-Fungible in third, and Trace Solis in fourth. Final furlong, IDK the leader. It's out to a 3-length margin. Fountain Run is second, a scramble for third, well behind the leader at the 16th pole, IDK. Irad Ortiz Jr., it is all IDK to win it. It'll be Fountain Run home second, and then King of Hollywood came on to grab third.
Now that's how it's supposed to look when they're 3-5, right? IDK with a powerful and dominating victory under Arad Ortiz Jr. for trainer Kenan LaRose. Second win this week here at the Keeneland meet for the LaRose stable. IDK now 13 lifetime wins. Congratulations to the winning connections. Owner Maggie Moss, trainer Kenan LaRose, jockey Arad Ortiz Jr. IDK headed to the winner's circle.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 7, IDK, was first. Number 6, Fountain Run, was second. Number 3, King of Hollywood, third. And number 8, Ice Minister, fourth. 7-6-3-8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 7, IDK, owned by Maggie Moss, trained by Kenan LaRose, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. IDK, a 7-year-old gelded son of Overanalyze out of Crab Key by Candy Ride, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm. 1 minute 52.85 seconds for the 9 furlongs over the fast main track. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 7-6-3-8, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the middle pick 4. The main track is fast and the turf is firm today. A reminder in the fourth race, scratch the 2, Island Barbie, scratch the 4, She Won't Budge, and scratch the 5, Bella Darling. A reminder, the jockey for number 3, Once Upon a Time, is Summer Polly. Summer Polly, the jockey for number 3. The jockey for the 6, Willowy, is Carlos Barbosa. 6, Willowy, Carlos Barbosa, the jockey.
It's a father and son matchup for the top two choices in our fourth race. $110,000 maiden event for fillies and mares 3 and up, the distance 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And Norm Cassie is the trainer of the 9 Pinto, a first-time starter, ridden today by Junior Alvarado. Source is by Nyquist, who won a Breeders' Cup race here at Keeneland in 2015 and then came back to win the Kentucky Derby the next spring over at Churchill Downs. Norm Cassie has good numbers with first-time starters, and the horse shows some good training moves, a couple at Churchill Downs, a couple before that at the fairgrounds, and looking well in the paddock preparing for our fourth race today. Also, Norm Cassie's dad, Mark Cassie, has the current favorite. That is the 8, Rockin' Robin, at odds of 4 to 5. This one has a definite experience edge. 6 trips to the post, 2 second-place finishes, 3 third-place finishes. One of the thirds was on this Keeneland main track going 7 furlongs last October 15th. Tyler Gaffleone is in the saddle for the favorite here at 4 to 5 currently. That is Rockin' Robin. Pinto is at 5 to 2. I'm going to take a look at one other horse in our field of 6 with the scratches in here, and that is Monrive for trainer Vicky Oliver and jockey Luis Saez, who won the opening race on the card today. Monrive is a first-time starter by Matoli. Vicky Oliver's barn will be known to hit with a surprise or two in just about every Keeneland spring and fall meet, and so this one bears a little extra scrutiny at 6 to 1, getting a little money, but that figured to happen with the scratches that we have in here, including the morning line favorite She Won't Budge, who is out, so leaving the 8 as the current 4 to 5 favorite. This race starts a pick 4, race 4. Good luck. They're heading to the post in 16 minutes.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 10th race. In race 10, scratch number 3, decisive win. Keeneland's 10th race, the Stone Street Lexington, scratch number 3, decisive win. Stone Street is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Stone Street will judge the horses in the paddock prior to 6 races and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $300 cash award, as well as a $500 cash award for the Best Turned Out horse for the Stone Street Lexington.
when they did it in the 60s. Right. I mean,
it's a lot of trust.
Yes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Lady Aurelia. Double and pick 3 wagering started the middle pick 4. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track for this maiden special weight for fillies and mares age 3 and up. Scratch the 2 Island Barbie, scratch the 4 She Won't Budge, and scratch the 5 Bella Darling. A reminder, Summer Polly, the jockey for number 3, Once Upon a Time, Summer Polly, the jockey. And the rider for the 6 Willowy, Carlos Barbosa. Carlos Barbosa rides the 6. Post time in about 3 minutes. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the 4th race, Rosa Jimenez, the groom for number 9, Pinto. Rosa, congratulations.
And there is the best turned out number 9, Pinto, breaking away from the post parade and getting warmed up for his debut effort here at Keeneland. The son of Nyquist, out of a mare by the Factor, Junior Alvarado aboard for trainer Norm Cassie. Currently, the 2-to-1 second choice for this one that is certainly full of energy. Ears up, headed down the backside. The even money favorite is the horse Rockin' Robin. That is also very full of energy. These are young horses. Pinto making his first start, or her first start, in Rockin' Robin with her 7th. 5 board hits from the previous 6 outings for Rockin' Robin. Hasn't been out since March the 5th. Just missed breaking the maiden. Had the lead in the stretch and then got caught at the wire to lose by a neck. And again, a good effort here at Keeneland last October, coming from off the pace to finish 3rd, beating almost 3 lengths. This race starts the second pick 4 of the day. About a minute to post time. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Lady Aurelia, start of the middle pick 4. Moving into line, fourth race. Here's Cookie's Run coming forward. Now, Once Upon a Time. Willowy, 3 more to load. Mon Rev. And then Rockin' Robin. Pinto will be the last one. The last one walks up. Goes in there at the post. And they're off. Rockin' Robin and Pinto fire from the outside. There's Pinto up to take an early lead out in the center of the track. Rockin' Robin is right there, though. Once Upon a Time kicks in down toward the inside and scoots up a close third and latches onto the rail for the move up the back stretch. And then Mon Rev, who broke last, moves up 2 spots from the far outside into 4th, 3 lengths off the lead. Cookie's Run is 5th down toward the inside, and Willowy 6th alongside of that one. Rockin' Robin the leader. Rockin' Robin leads it by a length. Pinto to the outside is 2nd onto the far turn. Once Upon a Time goes 3rd, 22.92 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Mon Rev is 4th up on the outside, nearly 3 lengths off the lead. Then a break of a half dozen more back to Cookie's Run and Willowy, who is last midway on the turn with Rockin' Robin the one to catch. Rockin' Robin leads it by just a length. Pinto goes 2nd in between horses a half length. Mon Rev gears up 3rd on the far outside. Once Upon a Time looks toward the inside in 4th, 2 lengths off the lead, quarter mile to go. Rockin' Robin is still the leader. Mon Rev to the far outside, Pinto in between that pair. Once Upon a Time is still in 4th. Rockin' Robin, Pinto right alongside, and Mon Rev joins that pair. These 3 coming past the 8th pole. Pinto ahead in front between horses. Mon Rev is there on the outside. Rockin' Robin is still fighting on down toward the inside. Rockin' Robin, Pinto, Mon Rev from the rail out. Pinto again with a head in front as they move by the 16th pole. Rockin' Robin is there, but 2nd to the inside, down to the wire. Pinto, yes, Pinto gets up for Junior Alvarado.
The horses trained by Mark Cassie and his son Norm Cassie going head-to-head for most of the stretch run here in this 4th race at Keeneland. And it was Pinto who hangs on to get the victory in his debut. Junior Alvarado having a nice spring. The winning rider for trainer Norm Cassie. The 2-to-1 second choice. Pinto gets his win in his first lifetime start.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 9, Pinto, was first. Number 8, Rockin' Robin, second. Number 7, Mon Rev, was third. And number 3, Once Upon a Time, fourth. 9-8-7-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Lady Aurelia, number 9, Pinto, owned by Robert Masterson and Jack Hamilton, trained by Norm Cassie, Junior Alvarado, the jockey. Pinto, a 3-year-old filly by Nyquist out of Mining for Mercury by The Factor, bred in Kentucky by Peter Bergler Racing Interests, LLC. Keeneland January graduate Pinto gets the 6.5 furlongs in 1 minute 19.19 seconds over the fast main track. Fourth race results official, 9-8-7-3, the official results. In the winner's circle, Emmy Villalobos of Stone Street Farm presents the trophy to the connections of Pinto for the fourth race, the Lady Aurelia. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. The turf is listed firm. The temporary rail is down today. Scratch the 9, Quiet Mischief. 9, Quiet Mischief scratched. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 3, Comprehensive, is a Ridgeling.
Our first turf race of the day coming up here in race 5. It's the cavorting, a maiden race for 3-year-olds. They'll go 1 mile and a 16th on the firm Keeneland turf course. Let's take a look at the 12 Wrathchild for trainer Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. This one currently at 4-1. One lifetime start that was in late February at Gulfstream Park. Broke from the rail and finished 4th, beaten just a little over 2 lengths. But there was some trouble in this race that doesn't really show up on the past performance block. Wrathchild was a little hard to settle early for jockey Arad Ortiz that day. And then when they got into the stretch, he never really seemed to get comfortable and get into a fluid stride until very late in the race. So I think this horse could benefit from being further outside, and the son of Warfront should certainly relish this Keeneland turf course. And I can see this one taking a step forward in the second out, and he took some money first time. Was down to just under 5-1, and debuting at 1 mile is not easy. So now getting a little extra distance, and that should help navigate the trip for Tyler Gaffleone from that outside post with a decent run down the first turn to try and get for some early position with Wrathchild. But the post position is certainly a concern. The 3 and the current 2-1 favorite comes from the barn of trainer Brian Lynch. He's off to a good start at this Keeneland Spring Meet. That's comprehensive. Mario Gutierrez will be in the saddle. 5th lifetime start for this one. First time out, the son of Hard Spun finished 8th in a 1 mile and a 16th turf race at Gulfstream Park. That was in mid-December, the week before Christmas. But here in 2026, 3 starts and very close to wins in all of them. Beaten a nose, a neck, and a neck while finishing 2nd, 3rd, and 2nd, and racing over distances of more than 1 mile each time out. So, or 1 mile or more each time out. So this one should certainly be able to handle the trip, and currently the 2-1 favorite looking for a victory in career start number 5. Coming up from the fairgrounds in New Orleans is the 10-horse Newman. Newman is currently 15-1, up from an 8-1 morning line, but he's run well in both of his starts. He debuted at 1 mile and a 16th. That's a tough ask. Caught a good field, finished 5th, beaten a little over 4 lengths, going 1 mile and a 16th that day. Cut back to 1 mile next time out, and was a good 4th, beaten just a little over 2 lengths. Ben Curtis was aboard for trainer Eddie Keneally in both of those rides, and Curtis has the mount again today on the 10 Newman. 15 minutes to post time. The 9 is the only scratch from our field of 12, so 11 of them will be heading out to the track for the post parade pretty soon. Good luck.
Oh, they're great.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the cavorting, maiden special weight, 3-year-olds at a mile and a 16th. Over the firm turf, the temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 9, Quiet Mischief, number 9 is scratched. A reminder, contrary to the program, number 3, Comprehensive, is a Ridgeling. Post time is 6 minutes. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the fifth race is Sam Hopkins, the groom for number 4, Magical Factor. Sam, congratulations.
And our Best Turned Out winner is attracting some betting dollars. Magical Factor, the 4. Currently at 7-1 from a 15-1 morning line. Made his debut on the main track down at Gulfstream, but then moved to the turf and ran a much improved race. Showed early speed, faded to 5th, but beaten only a little over 3 lengths for trainer Rachel Halden that day down at Gulfstream Park. That was on the 1st of March. So Magical Factor, the best turned out winner and perhaps a shot at an upset win in this 5th race. The 2 is a first-time starter from the Will Walden barn, Tilson. This was Gabby Gaudette's best angle on the Today at Keeneland show this morning. Her logic for it, unproven field, good spot for a first-time starter. The Walden barn has good numbers with first-time starters. This one is a son of Instagram out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare, debuting, going a mile and a 16th on the turf for jockey Luan Machado and trainer Will Walden. So 3 minutes to post time for our first turf race of the day, firm turf for race 5 here at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the cavorting. Moving into line race 5. Comprehensive moves into line. Here's Magical Factor. Also still sober, walks up. Newman. Bhatia and Provider. Wrathchild to be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. There goes Underappreciated out for the early lead. Now here comes Magical Factor from the outside, and also Newman out in the center of the course. Newman moves up to grab second, and now positions himself toward the outside of early leader Underappreciated. Less than a length separate the top two early on into the first turn. Magical Factor slides down next to the rail in third. Provider toward the outside is in fourth. Comprehensive a lane or two off the rail in fifth around the first turn. Wrathchild sixth on the outside of that one. Bhatia goes seventh. Minotaur is eighth. Still sober is in ninth. For the move on to the backstretch, your Benja is in 10th position, and Tilson last of 11:23.06 seconds the time for the first quarter. Underappreciated the leader. Newman within a half length of the lead toward the outside, and second by a length and a half. There goes Wrathchild out in the center of the course, fifth to fourth to third, a length and a half off the front pair. Magical Factor still there right toward the inside, and Provider is fifth in between that pair as they go to the far turn. Comprehensive is still in sixth position, just over 5 lengths off the lead, and then Bhatia and Minotaur 47.31 seconds the time for the first half mile. Underappreciated leads Newman by a length. Magical Factor is still there toward the inside third, now taking second, and now moves up from between horses. Wrathchild is fourth. Comprehensive has to go wide past the quarter pole out in the center of the course. Bhatia looks toward the inside. Provider still in behind horses in the fourth position. Comprehensive's got to find more to catch Magical Factor, who has wrestled the lead away into the final furlong and has a 3.5 length advantage back to Comprehensive in second. Provider, Bhatia still sober on the outside to fifth, well behind Magical Factor. Magical Factor with the lead by 3.5. It is Magical Factor to win it. Comprehensive second. It was Provider home third, close for fourth.
The best turned out winner turns out to be headed to the winner's circle. That is Magical Factor, a son of the Factor out of a Malibu Moon mare. Bred by the owner of the Chiefswood stable. Magical Factor with a decisive victory here in his second turf start. coming from a bit off the pace this time after being up close on the lead, close to the lead first time out. This one could have a bright future. Magical Factor, winner of race 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 4, Magical Factor first. Number 3, Comprehensive was second. Number 11, Provider third. And number 8, Still Sober fourth. 4-3-11-8 unofficial. Race 5 results official. 4-3-11-8, the official results of Keeneland's 5th race. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the cavorting, the official winner, number 4, Magical Factor, owned by the Chiefswood Stables of Robert and Mark Krimble, trained by Rachel Halden Kazushi Kimura, the winning jockey. Magical Factor, 3-year-old gelded son of the Factor out of Think Magic by Malibu Moon, bred in Ontario by Chiefswood Stables Limited. Mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 41.47 seconds. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, Madison Morrow of Stone Street Farm presents the trophy to the connections of Magical Factor for Race 5, the cavorting. Keeneland 6th race coming up, double and pick 3 wagering is start of the pick 6 with that $154,000 carryover. The main track is listed fast. The turf firm today, no changes in the 6th race.
It is pick six time here at Keeneland Racecourse, a two-day carryover, over $154,000 carried after the previous 2 days of racing, and obviously much more into the pool at this point in time. It will continue to grow over the course of the next 17 minutes here at Keeneland. So we start the pick six with a two other than allowance race, optional $80,000 tag. A mile and an eighth will be the distance on the fast main track. No scratches in here, a full field of 7, and 2 horses sitting at 2-1. Authentic Strike, the number 2, and the 7-horse Conquest Warrior, who we're taking a look at right now, circling the paddock here at Keeneland Racecourse, waiting to be saddled up, as is the entire group here for race number 6. This is a 5-year-old son of City of Light. He was $1 million yearling at the Keeneland September sale back in 2022. Started his career all the way back in 2023. Back-to-back victories thereafter. Ran in the Grade 1 Florida Derby, the race that was taken by Fierceness, a 2-year-old champion from the previous year. But Conquest Warrior was not seen for the remainder of 2024 after that race in March, and then all of 2025. And he came back with a race in February at the fairgrounds. Sat off of a very quick pace that afternoon, made the lead for a point, and then just faded to be beaten a length and a quarter to a horse named Corporate Power, who would come out of there and finish a good second in the New Orleans Classic behind the superstar Touch Upon a Star. So that's a live race. He was beaten by a very legit horse, and second off of that very long layoff is what I like about this horse, and the fact that he ran well off the long layoff. So 2-1 on the son of City of Lights for Cortland Farms and trainer Steve Asmussen. It's going to be Luis Saez who jumps into the saddle here this afternoon for the first time in this now 5-year-old's what will be 6-race career. Conquest Warrior, the top selection in race number 6. Then we go to Authentic Strike, the number 2 horse. He's a horse that's run some credible races as well, and he too also very much like the outside runner came into his most recent race off of a very long layoff. He missed all of 2025. He came back and finished 5th, and almost a similar running line to what we saw from the 7-horse Conquest Warrior as far as making lead and then just fading a touch, only beaten 3/4 of a length in a 1-turn mile race at Gulfstream Park. So he's out to 2 turns here this afternoon. Colt by Authentic, with Flavian Pratt in the saddle, should show some speed, you would imagine, down on the inside, along with Excite, the number 1 horse, who can be pretty forward in his races. He's a son of Speightstown. He's not had the breaks that the other two have had as far as in his racing career, and recently was 4th, well beaten at Gulfstream Park in a mile and a 16th event. But I think he's a fit in here, at least underneath, in this allowance race, 2 other than allowance race, where he's run in this condition between Churchill and Gulfstream, finishing 4th in both of them in his last 2 starts. And that was a tough race that he ran in. That race last time out at Gulfstream Park featured Gosger, who won last year's Stone Street Lexington Stakes, one of our co-features today, and ran such a big race in the Preakness Stakes back in 2025. So 7-2-1, the top 3 selections in race number 6 to start the pick 6 with that huge 2-day carryover. Good luck. You've got less than 14 minutes to get your wagers in here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Clairiere. Allowance optional claiming race for a price of $80,000. 4-year-olds and up, mile and an eighth over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6 with that $154,000 carryover, and including the carryover, a pool that's now grown north of $600,000. No changes in this sixth race. A reminder, the main track is fast and the turf is firm and the temporary rail is down today. Post time in less than 5 minutes. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the sixth race, Jesus Estrada, the groom for number 7, Conquest Warrior. Congratulations, Jesus.
Live look at Authentic Strike on the left, and then his workout on April 2nd on the right. He worked in a minute flat over this main track, which he's already won over going back to 2024. Part of our Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland as he worked in company in that minute flat time, which was a bullet for 5 furlongs back on April 2nd. So at odds of 2-1, one of the favorites in here, second choice, in fact, as we get ready for the pick 6 at Keeneland Racecourse. The number 4 horse, Curlin's Malibu, good looking gelding. He's 7 years old. He's a 6-time winner. He's made over $305,000. Right now 9-1 with Irad in the saddle. He'll be tracking off the pace. These are the types of horses that can be big time separators in a sequence like the pick 6 if they're able to come through. Talking about the number 4 horse, Curlin's Malibu, for Janine Kaminsky, currently 9-1 now, just clicking down to that price as he warms up, getting set for his second run in his career here at Keeneland Racecourse. And then going back to Conquest Warrior, boy, he's a good-looking horse. No surprise that he cost $1 million back in 2022. He's 8-5 on the board right now. Very calm down in the paddock, and then showed energy, good energy coming out onto the track for the post-parade and in his warm-up. He's 8-5 as it stands right now. As the pick 6 pool continues to grow here at Keeneland Racecourse, just 2 minutes if you'd like to get involved.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Clariere, start of the pick 6. Moving into line race 6. Here's Excite. Authentic Strike. Original Sin walks up. Curlin's Malibu. 3 more to load. Hard as Life. And then Septarian with Conquest Warrior, the last one. Last one walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Original Sin off a step slowly. There goes Excite out for the lead. Authentic Strike is right there with Excite in the opening strides. These two lead the field down into the first turn. Excite will have the lead. Authentic Strike backs away just off the leader's flank into the second position. Curlin's Malibu quick to get to the rail to save some ground in third. Conquest Warrior 3 wide moves up in fourth around the outside of Septarian. And then Hard as Life is in behind that pair, traveling against the rail nearly 5 lengths off the early lead. And then a gap of 5 more back to Original Sin, who trails 23.5 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Excite is the leader by 3/4 of a length up the backstretch. Authentic Strike will go second 3/4 of a length. Curlin's Malibu sneaks up the inside in third. Conquest Warrior is fourth toward the far outside, now taking third by a head, still 2 lengths off the lead. Gap of nearly 2 more then back to Septarian outside of Hard as Life, and a gap of 3 more back to Original Sin. 47.04 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Excite is the leader as they go to the far turn. Still leads it by a half length. Authentic Strike is still there, has been there since the start, and now starts to inch forward from that second position around the far turn. Gap of 3. Conquest Warrior under urging, but not responding. In the meantime, Septarian moves by to the outside, and Curlin's Malibu moves by to the inside. They go third and fourth, respectively. 4 lengths off the lead. Original Sin has to swing wide from fifth, a half dozen lengths from the front. Authentic Strike has the lead away from Excite. Original Sin has come from last and runs down the center of the racetrack, fourth to third to second, and at the 8th pole, Original Sin just keeps right on rolling up to take the lead by a neck. Authentic Strike tries to respond. 16th to go. Original Sin with the lead. Now it's out to a length. Original Sin from last to first to win it for Tyler Gaffalione. Authentic Strike was home second, and then it was Curlin's Malibu third, and Septarian was fourth.
Well, as we pick it up at the top of the stretch, Authentic Strike, he had a target until he didn't, and then he became the target at this point in the race. And targeting him, Original Sin for Calumet Farm, rolling right on by. It's 6-1 to start the pick 6 here at Keeneland Racecourse. As son of Curlin, a Calumet homebred, striking under Tyler Gaffalione and for trainer Brendan Walsh.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 3, Original Sin, was first. Number 2, Authentic Strike, was second. Number 4, Curlin's Malibu, third. And number 6, Septarian, fourth. 3-2-4-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Clariere, number 3, Original Sin, owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Brendan Walsh and the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Original Sin, a 4-year-old son of Curlin, out of Beauty and Light by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. Mile and an eighth over the fast main track, 1 minute 49.65 seconds, and the results are official. 3-2-4-6, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Clariere Trophy presentation, Elin Thomas of Stone Street Farm presents to the connections of Original Sin. 7th race upcoming. The turf is listed firm. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5 and start of the $3 Keeneland turf pick 3 as well. Scratch the 4, Ciro DiMarzio. 4, Ciro DiMarzio is scratched. Jockey for number 1, Sinister 6, Luis Saez. Number 1, Sinister 6, the jockey, Luis Saez.
This is race number 7 coming up in less than 17 minutes. Important race as it starts the late pick 5. Also the $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3. That's races 7, 9, and 11. The $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3 does feature the grade 1 Jenny Wiley as the second leg of that sequence. This is the first level allowance race for 4-year-olds and up. They'll be going a mile on the firm listed turf course. And the 6 will be the top selection for me here in race number 7. That is Arkhipov for trainer Chad Brown, a gelding by Munnings who broke his maiden in his most recent start at Tampa Bay Downs, able to close well against that group, win by 7.5 lengths. I think one of the key aspects of that victory was the addition of blinkers. He didn't wear blinkers in his first 2 races, and boy, did he improve with the addition of them and obviously having a couple of races prior to that under his belt. So Arkhipov, Flavian Pratt will be riding this gelding, who is a $160,000 Keeneland September yearling from 2023. Flavian will be riding for the first time, 2-1 on the board right now. We'll see if he's able to close here today in his Keeneland Turf debut with some speed in here to set the table for him in race number 7. A Sinister 6, the number 1 horse for trainer Shane Sands. He could be part of the pace. Down on the inside, coming out of consecutive sprint races. In fact, 5 consecutive sprint races, 1 at Churchill, and then his recent starts all came 4 starts, in fact, up at Turfway Park in that recently concluded meet. He was 3rd at a huge price, 36-1 in the Big Daddy Stakes, chasing one of the fastest horses in the sprint division, turf or synthetic. That is Joe Shiesty. So Sinister 6, make it Luis Saez, rider change on the number 1 horse. He's 15-1. Could be a factor at least early on in this race, and I think that stretching out to a route of ground could be a plus for him because he's been chasing some faster paces in those sprint races, and things will be a little bit easier as far as the pace. By no means is this an easy race, but it just won't be as run as fast as what he's been encountering in his last 5 starts whilst sprinting. And then finally, the number 7 horse, who is 2-1 as the co-favorite in here. That is Noble Confessor for trainer Todd Pletcher. He was very speedy in his last race, and that just simply caught up with him going a mile and a 16th. So if he can relax a little bit more, we've seen him do so in his races prior at the end of 2025 up in New York in graded stakes competition. That's going to be the key to him because he went out in 22 and change, 45-3, part of that very quick pace, 107-4 for a mile and a 16th turf race at Gulfstream Park, and then just simply faded from that point on, only beaten 5 1/4 lengths, all things considered. So he's getting respect, as he should. Noble Confessor, just a matter of being able to relax here, and what kind of pace is he going to get from the inside runner that I expect to have some forward position in this race. So you've got a great blend of speed and closers in this race to consider if you're playing the late pick 5 as well as the $3 Keeneland Turf pick 3. 14 minutes to post, race 7, Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Pauline's Pearl, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up at a mile over the firm turf. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5 and start of the $3 Keeneland turf pick 3. Scratch the 4, Ciro DiMarzio. 4 is scratched. A reminder, Luis Saez, the jockey, for number 1, Sinister 6. Post time is 6 minutes. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the 7th race, Ibrahim Rodriguez, the groom for number 6, Arkhipov. Congratulations, Ibrahim.
Really is a good-looking group of horses getting set to compete here in race number 7. Wanted to go to Sicilian Defense. Really caught my attention taking a look at him down in the paddock for trainer Cherie DeVoe. This is a 5-year-old son of Uncle Mo who hasn't run in over 10 months. You have to go back to June of last year, but he looks ready to roll off this long layoff. Kind of flat in his last race all the way back in June at Churchill Downs, but he ran well enough here at Keeneland Racecourse, only beaten 3 1/4 lengths back in the spring of last year, almost a year to the day. So just based on looks, Sicilian Defense looks like he could be an upset type of 7-1 horse, at least how he stands at 7-1 with less than 4 minutes to post. And then we go to the 6-horse Arkhipov for Chad Brown, the best turned out. Thought for a second when I was down in the paddock, I was looking at him like, am I looking at Zulu Kingdom, the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile winner from last year? He's got that same sort of shape to his body and a big hip. So a very impressive runner here for Chad Brown, William Lawrence, and Mr. William Rucker making quite an appearance at odds of 2-1 on the board. Race number 7, start of our late pick 5, start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race. The Pauline's Pearl, start of the late pick 5, the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line race 7. Sinister 6 comes forward along with Arkhipov. Love 'em or Liam. Now Noble Confessor. Sicilian Defense. And Apophis. Master of Light walks up. Rocky Joy will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Sinister 6 from the inside, along with Sicilian Defense. These two come forward at the opening strides. Noble Confessor is away running in the 3rd position as they head down to the first turn. Sinister 6, the leader. Sinister 6 scoots up the rail, opens up by a couple of lengths into the first turn, and now by 3 lengths on the lead as they race toward the back stretch. It is Sicilian Defense who will back away in that 2nd spot, but also saves ground around the turn. 2nd a length, Noble Confessor outward from the rail, his 3rd a length, and then Rocky Joy angles to the far outside off the first turn into the 4th position. And then Master of Light, who is 5th back toward the inside. Arkhipov is 6th on the outside. Apophis is 7th behind that one. And Love 'em or Liam shuffled out last. 23.12 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Sinister 6 bounds along on a 5-length lead as they work their way off the end of the backstretch and head for the far turn. Opening half mile went in 47.33 seconds. Noble Confessor is 2nd by 3/4 of a length. Rocky Joy 3rd on the outside by a length. And then Sicilian Defense is in 4th. Arkhipov is 5th between horses. Apophis is wide in 6th, still 7 lengths off the lead. Master of Light and then Love 'em or Liam is last, just over a 1/4 mile to go. Sinister 6 still has a 4-length lead. Noble Confessor tries to reel in the leader, 2nd by 2. Rocky Joy is 3rd. Sicilian Defense. Arkhipov is still far back in 5th, nearly 10 lengths off the lead. Sinister 6 coming to the 16th pole, chased by Noble Confessor. Rocky Joy, Love 'em or Liam's going to run late from 4th on the far outside. Sinister 6, Noble Confessor. Love 'em or Liam is running on from the outside. Noble Confessor from between horses. Noble Confessor gets there for Tyler Gaffalione.
What a race from these top 2 finishers. You've got to give Sinister 6 a lot of credit. And Luis Saez and what this horse did early on. He was very keen early, and Luis got him to slow down enough to have some finish, and he's digging in, trying to complete the circuit, going gate to wire. But Noble Confessor just getting to him in the shadow of the wire. Looks like he gets up, and it's going to be extremely close between Sinister Six, the 1, and the number 2 horse, Love Him or Liam, for that second money. But the 7 appears to have gotten the victory here in race number 7, Noble Confessor for St. Elias Stables.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 7, Noble Confessor, was first. Number 1, Sinister Six, was second. The 2, Love 'Em or Liam, third. And the 6, Arkhipov, fourth. 7-1-2-6, the unofficial results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Pauline's Pearl, number 7, Noble Confessor, owned by the St. Elias stable of Vincent Viola, trained by Todd Pletcher. Tyler Gaffalione, the winning jockey, as he goes back-to-back on the card. Noble Confessor, 4-year-old son of Quality Road, out of Sweeter Than Wine by Noble Mission, bred in Kentucky by St. Elias Stables, LLC. 1 mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 35.52 seconds. 7th race, results official, 7-1-2-6, the official results. In the winner's circle, Momoko Nakamura of Stone Street Farm presents the trophy to the connections of Noble Confessor for Race 7, the Pauline's Pearl. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, doubled in pick 3 wagering at start of the late pick 4. Again, a fast track and a firm turf today. No changes in race 8.
Now just 18 minutes away from race number 8 here at Keeneland. This does start the late pick 4 opportunity on this great Saturday card of racing we have under the sun in Lexington, Kentucky. These are 3-year-old fillies. They're all maidens seeking their first career victory, and 7 furlongs is going to be the distance for these fillies coming out of the chute here on the fast main track. Very good-looking group of horses that we have down here in the paddock. And I'm going to go to Al Gadir for Shadwell Stable, and Andrew McKeever is the top play, the number 12 horse, daughter of Gunrunner. She was a $400,000 purchase all the way back in 2023. She's had one start. That was at Churchill Downs last year at the age of 2. She drew the rail and still was able to rally after breaking about 4th in that race and rallied to finish 3rd, beaten just a half of a length. So a very encouraging debut effort. It's been 4 months since that race as they prepared her for this race here at Keeneland Racecourse. And I think getting off the rail, horses that draw post 1 on debut, if you ever see that, it's a strong angle when you find them getting off the rail in start 2 of their career. And Al Gadir is doing just that. She's drawn all the way to the outside in post number 12 in this field of 12. But encouraging signs based on the performance at Churchill Downs, going 7/8 of a mile. So she's already tested this 7/8 distance, and the fact that she was able to overcome that inside draw to finish 3rd back in November over in Louisville, Kentucky. Al Gadir right now sitting at 4-1. That's the number 12 horse, my top play. The number 3 horse, Right Timing for Chad Brown, Three Chimneys Farm, a daughter of Not This Time, who's had one start in her career. That was down at Tampa Bay Downs just over a month ago on March 7th. She was forward in that race. She was down in post position number 2. She draws post 3 here this afternoon. So second-time starter for Chad Brown, 27% winners in that situation out of a high-percentage barn in really every statistical situation when it relates to wins. But Right Timing, the 3, 5-2 right now. That's making her the current favorite in the wagering in this first leg of the late pick 4. And then She's Our 10, the number 5 horse, rounds out the top 3. For me, the Constitution filly for CRK Stable. She was 4th on debut and showed a little bit of improvement over the course of that race after breaking at the back of the pack and shuffled at the start. You read the comment line, you can see where she was forced to try to come from, but she was only beaten 3 lengths in the end, going 6 furlongs. The added distance should be a benefit. You've got Luis Saez in the saddle, and you got 8-1, at least currently, on a filly that cost over 600,000, 675,000 to be exact, as a 2-year-old down in Ocala in April of last year. So a phenomenal group of fillies that we've got lined up, soon to be lined up here for race number 8. 15 minutes to post. Start of the late pick 4 at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Catch the Moon, a maiden special weight for 3-year-old filly, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 4. No changes in this 8th race. Fast track, firm turf, post time 6 minutes. Winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the 8th race, Jose Pablo Florian, the groom for number 2, Arcana. Congratulations.
Long shot play today comes in the 8th race. It's the 7, Divine Passion. Kenny McPeak is the trainer, and he took this horse to Saratoga to make the debut. That suggests to me that he may think there's a lot of ability there in this one. He uses his go-to rider, Brian Hernandez Jr., on the back of this one. And this is a filly that has good enough speed that she can get a good position early. And going to take a shot at, I think, what will be a pretty healthy price that Divine Passion can maybe steal the money in today's 8th race.
Taking a live look at the number 10 horse, La Rascasse for Will Walden, a daughter of Authentic, Keeneland grad from the September sale of 2024, $750,000, $750,000. She is a beautiful daughter of Authentic out of a Candy Ride First Dam. She is imposing. She's had good workouts between Turfway Park and Keeneland Racecourse. So she's another good price in here in a group that's offering a lot of phenomenal prices. La Rascasse currently sitting at odds of 7-1 on the board. And the 11 horse, another first-time starter, daughter of Uncle Mo, another Keeneland September sale graduate for X-Men Racing and Madicket Stables. Kevin Attard brings this one up from training at Palm Meadows to debut here at Keeneland. She is a really pretty filly as well. She's a full sister to the graded stakes winner Celestial City. So a good family when it comes to Bell, and 11-1, right as her number on her saddle cloth is showing us, is what she sits at with less than 3 minutes to post. You've got less than 3 minutes to get your plays in for race number 8. Start of the late pick 4. Huge pool right now, over $400,000. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Catch the Moon. Start of the late pick 4. Moving into line 8th race. Rose of San Antone moves into line. Here's Pharaoh's Affair approaching the starting gate. Start of the late pick 4. She's Our 10 goes in, also La Rascasse. Here's Bell. Algadir will be the last one. Let's Chance It moves forward, now takes a spot in the gate, and that will leave Algadir. Walks up, goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes La Rascasse right out for the early lead from the outside. La Rascasse to the front. Divine Passion is there. Pharaoh's Affair between that pair is away running in third. Rose of San Antone is fourth. She's Our 10. Between horses fifth. Bell goes sixth. Right Timing is seventh. Down toward the inside. Algadir is eighth to the far outside. Epic Proud Mary moves up 2 spots from ninth into seventh. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Hey Winnie, who is 10th to the inside of Arcana. And Let's Chance It wide at the back. Last of the 12 as they head for the far turn. Divine Passion is the leader. Divine Passion, Pharaoh's Affair, they go 1-2. They're separated by a neck to the far turn. La Rascasse to the outside, and Rose of San Antone back to the inside in fourth position. Algadir has to go wide, moves up fifth to the outside of She's Our 10, who's between horses in sixth, and then Bell is in seventh. Right Timing is eighth, down toward the inside, 8 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. La Rascasse swings up from the far outside, just over a quarter mile to go, up to challenge Pharaoh's Affair for the lead. Divine Passion to the inside. Algadir has to go toward the center of the track. Bell is on her outside. She moves on the grandstand side. Right timing, had to come off the rail and move about 5 wide at the top of the stretch, still far back. Larascas has the lead. Bell is alongside Larascas. Bell, Larascas. They're matching strides as they work their way past the 16th pole. It is Bell from the outside. Larascas is game and fighting on from the inside. Larascas, Bell. Larascas resilient to win it for Axel Concepcion.
First-time starters go 1-2 in a very, very hot race here at Keeneland Racecourse. Larascas down on the inside for Jon Stewart's Resolute Racing, and Bell to her outside. Bell sneaks her nose in front, but the comeback is on with Larascas under Axel Concepcion to score at odds of 6-1, well clear of their competition.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 10, Larascas finished first. Number 11, Bell was second. Number 12, Algadir third. And number 3, Right Timing fourth. 10, 11, 12, 3 unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's 8th race. 10, 11, 12, 3, the official results. Into the winner's circle for race 8, the Catch the Moon. Number 10, Larascas, owned by Resolute Racing of Jon Stewart, trained by Will Walden. Axel Concepcion, the jockey. Larascas, a 3-year-old filly by Authentic out of Hallowalla, by Candy Ride, bred in Kentucky by Bill Clisset. Keeneland September graduate Larascas, 7 furlongs, 1 minute 23.47 over the fast main track. In the winner's circle, Dora Casidija of Stone Street Farm presents the trophy to the connections of La Rascasse for the Catch the Moon. Keeneland's ninth race upcoming, double and pick three wagering. In fact, the $3 late pick three starts here. The grade 1 Jenny Wiley ninth race. The turf is listed firm today. Scratch the 7 Lush Lips and scratch the 8 Destino Doro. Again, scratch 7 Lush Lips and scratch 8 Destino Doro. Firm turf, the temporary rail is down today.
Race number 9, the Grade 1 feature on this Saturday. The Grade 1 Jenny Wiley for fillies and mares 4-year-olds and up. 1 mile and 1/16 on the firm listed turf course. 2 big scratches out of this race. The number 7 horse Lush Lips and the 8 Destino Doro. This is a Grade 1 group of runners that we have getting set to line up in our feature. And Expensive Queen, her price has come down considerably, especially with those scratches. But a daughter of Lope de Vega for Farfellow Farms that started off her career over in England, and since arriving here into the United States, she really has found a home. She was a winner about a year ago here at the spring meet in 2025, won a 4-year-old filly. She ran in the Grade 1 Gamely. Things didn't go great for her as she was in the gate and just popped out of the front of the starting gate, as you can see in the comment in her past performances. But her recent 2 races at Gulfstream on the synthetic and at Fairgrounds on the turf in the Alstall Memorial have been sensational. I think she is primed and ready for this big opportunity in Grade 1 company. Really impressed by what we saw from her, especially down at Fairgrounds. And Luis Saez has gotten to know her. In fact, Luis has ridden her in all 3 of her victories, the one here at Keeneland last year, and then the last 2 races between Gulfstream and Fairgrounds. So Expensive Queen, 3-1. That's making her right now the second choice in the wagering for trainer Brendan Walsh. Sagesta is the favorite, the number 10 horse for Juddmonte and trainer Chad Brown, as Chad Brown looks to sweep the Grade 1s on this week here at Keeneland, having taken the Grade 1 Maker's Mark mile with Zulu Kingdom yesterday. Very talented mare. She hasn't been seen in 4 months, but if you might remember back to yesterday, Zulu Kingdom was coming off of a long layoff as well, so he always has him fit and ready to go. And the last time that she did run was at Del Mar in the fall at the end of November, and she won the Grade 1 Matriarch. She nearly won the Grade 1 First Lady in the fall meet here at Keeneland last year, and she has run some big races throughout her career, having Grade 1s, Grade 2s, Grade 3s since she was able to break her maiden in April of 2024 here at Keeneland. So we should know she likes the course. Firm conditions certainly suit this mare by Ghost Sapper, who is out of a stakes-winning first dam in Antono and a big Juddmonte family. Stakes winners abound when it comes to the family related to Sagesta, who is 7-5 currently. And then finally, my third selection for the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley is the number 5 horse. That is Dynamic Pricing. This is another Chad Brown runner, a mare that was winner of the Perfect Sting at Saratoga 2 starts ago. She came rolling in the Grade 1 First Lady in the fall of last year. She was behind her stablemate Sagesta, but the added 16th of a mile should benefit her. But she'll be coming from off the pace. She's shown a lot of flash late in her races. She settles back, makes that one long run, and Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to get back aboard this filly for the first time since he rode her to a victory in the Grade 3 Bogey Stakes in May of last year up at the Belmont at Aqueduct meeting. So a phenomenal group of fillies and mares getting set for the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, which will get underway in less than 17 minutes. And a reminder, this race does start the $3 late pick 3 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 38th running of the Jenny Wiley Stakes, Grade 1. Fillies and mares age 4 and up at 1 mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. Double at pick 3 wagering starts the $3 late pick 3. Scratch the 7 Lush Lips and scratch the 8 Destino Doro. Post time at 7 minutes. Parading to the post, number 1, Expensive Queen, owned by the Farfellow Farms Limited of Kip Nelman, trained by Brendan Walsh, Luis Saez, the jockey. 2, Fast Market, owned by Hit the Bid Racing Stable of Hal Mintz, trained by John Terranova, Samuel Marin to ride. 3, Medoro, owned by CRK Stable LLC of Lee Searing, trained by Peter Urton, the jockey Juan Hernandez. 4, Pin-Up Betty, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Joel Rosario. 5, Dynamic Pricing, owned by Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 6, Deep Satin, owned by John Gunther, and Euro West Bloodstock Services of Tanya Gunther, trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 9 is Aussie Girl, owned by the Woodford Thoroughbreds LLC of John Sykes, trained by Will Walden, Ben Curtis to ride. And number 10, Sagesta, owned by Judd Mont of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Post time is 6 minutes.
Grade 1, Jenny Wiley is up next, and what a group of fillies and mares we have here. Here's a look at the 9-horse Aussie Girl. She is an impact player. They're all impact players in this race, but with her speed, what can she do from this outside post position, and how fast does she need to go in order to get out to the front end? She has been on her toes. She's shown high energy. She's looked great down in the paddock, but the expectations, I think, are in trying to handicap this race and how it's going to shake out, that she'll be forward. And what does Sagesta do? What does Flavian Pratt do from that outside draw? He was able to get to the lead yesterday in the Maker's Mark Mile with Zulu Kingdom, and the rest is history. Just kept on going. But Aussie Girl at odds of 8-1 definitely has a say in this race as far as how fast they go, and she could get comfortable out on the front end and keep on rolling along. Good luck in the Grade 1, Jenny Wiley.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 38th running of the Jenny Wiley Stakes, Grade 1, start of the $3 late pick 3. Moving into line, 9th race. Expensive Queen, and now Dynamic Pricing, and now Fast Market moving into line. Deep Satin walks up, along with Maduro. Aussie Girl comes forward, also Pin Up Betty. Suggesta, the last one, walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Jenny Wiley. There goes Expensive Queen from the inside, right out for the lead. Aussie Girl is there from the outside, and Suggesta is forwardly placed as well. Aussie Girl moves by for the lead well before the entrance of the first turn, clears the inside traffic, and works over closer to the rail. Suggesta will go second, a lane off the rail into the first turn. Expensive Queen will be third here early on. Maduro fourth between horses. Deep Satin 3 wide in fifth. Pin Up Betty is sixth, back toward the inside, sixth by only a half length. Dynamic Pricing starts to draw alongside of her from seventh. Fast Market, last of the 8, opening quarter, 23.1 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. Aussie Girl, the leader. Aussie Girl on top by 3/4 of a length. Suggesta just off the leader's flank and second by 1 length. Deep Satin is third to the outside by a neck. Expensive Queen fourth, back toward the inside. Maduro fifth in between that pair. Dynamic Pricing is toward the outside and sixth, running 6 lengths off the lead. Pin Up Betty to her inside, and Fast Market still last, opening half mile in 47.46 seconds. Aussie Girl takes the field to the far turn. She leads it by just over a length. Suggesta still there and once again starts to move up toward the outside. A closer second. Deep Satin wide again on the far turn, this time in third. Maduro is fourth and moving up between horses. Expensive Queen is looking toward the inside. There's a 1/4 mile to go in the Jenny Wiley. Aussie Girl with Suggesta coming after her. Maduro third, Expensive Queen fourth. The rest still have work to do. Here's Suggesta for the lead into the final furlong. Maduro second on the outside. Expensive Queen going to try to squeeze through an opening down to the inside. Maduro's there from the outside. Suggesta between that pair. Suggesta, Expensive Queen, then Maduro third. Dynamic Pricing runs late at the wire. Oh, that's tight. It will either be Expensive Queen or Suggesta in the Jenny Wiley.
Oh, this is what we come to expect in Grade 1 races here at Keeneland. Suggesta, she set a perfect trip off of Aussie Girl in the early stages of this race. And how about Expensive Queen, able to get down to the inside under Luis Saez and just keep on pushing and pushing and pushing. And maybe she gets there in the end. It is impossible to tell as we get a second look at it. We go to the low angle. That is Suggesta on the outside, Expensive Queen. It comes down to a nose bob in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley.
38th running of the Jenny Wiley results in a dead heat for the win between the 1 Expensive Queen and number 10 Sagesta. Number 3, Maduro, was third, and number 5, Dynamic Pricing, was fourth. Ninth race results official. Moving into the stakes winter circle at Keeneland, first of all, number 1, Expensive Queen. Owned by the Farfellow Farms Limited of Kip Nelman, trained by Brendan Walsh for his second winter today. The winning jockey, Luis Saez. Lope de Vega, the sire of this 5-year-old mare, out of Witch's Brew by Duke of Marmalade, bred in Ireland by Firmoir Limited. 1 minute 40.98 seconds. Expensive Queen. And now number 10, Sagesta, moves into the stakes winner circle, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Sagesta, 5-year-old mare by Go Sapper, out of Antino by First Defense, bred in Kentucky by Judd Mott. Expensive Queen, Sagesta, dead heat for the win, 1 minute 40.98 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Trophy presentation for the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, Keeneland's retired Vice President of Racing, Rogers Beasley, on hand to present and congratulate all of the winning connections. First to the connections of Sagesta, and now the connections of Expensive Queen. In the stakes winner's circle again, Rogers Beasley with the presentation.
Well, you never know what you're going to see here at Keeneland, and what a thrilling finish with the dead heat in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. We're first going to talk to Brendan Walsh and Luis Saez, Expensive Queen. How did you end up in that spot down on the inside and get this filly to get through there and get her nose right on the wire along with Sagesta, Luis?
Yeah, I was riding him pretty hard, and she was giving me good turn of foot. I know we was kind of tight there, but we just tried to look for the spot, and we find the rail, and she make a huge move. I thought we were going to run him by, but the other filly, she's a pretty good filly, and she came back, so that's why we got the heat. But I'm pretty excited the way our filly ran.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Brendan, you had to be so proud of this filly and what she did and what she was able to do coming down the lane.
Yeah, she, like Louis said, Scott, she wasn't in the ideal spot. You know, most of her races since she came here, she's come outside and felt more comfortable with it. And they were, you know, they had him down there nice and tight, but credit to Louis, he kept at her and she responded to him, and you know, we were quite happy with the result in the end.
How heart pumping was that for you, and watching that finish and then waiting out the photo finish?
The week I've had Scott, I was prepared for the worst, so it was nice. But no, listen, congratulations to the Nelmans. All credit to my team. We've had a tough week, but you know, when you end up in this circle, it's never too bad.
Well done.
Thanks, Scott.
Expensive Queen, our first winner. Now let's go to Gabby for our second winner in Sagesta.
Hey, Scott, thank you very much. And here with Garrett O'Rourke with Judd Munn. And yeah, we were just talking off air a moment ago. Talk to me about the wave, the up and down of waiting for that result to go official, and then what you felt when it finally did go official.
Well, obviously, I mean, she looked to win her until about the 16th pole. And then, you know, Flavian said that he went to the outside to engage that filly, and then the other filly came up the inside. When I saw it on the replay, I turned around and said, God, I'll take a dead heat there. And I meant it. I thought we were maybe outnosed. And then when it flashed up on the screen and it came up 110, I turned around and went, we got beaten. And then everyone said, no, it's a dead heat. So it's up and down emotions. I'm delighted for the filly. She's very deserving of it and had gone so close in grade ones for so long. And we then won her grade one in the matriarch, but we still got the owner's agreement to keep her in training this year. And that's a risk to take with a filly like that and come straight out. Credit to Chad for having her so ready and do this today. So yeah, very rewarding.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Dead heat, one for the record books here at Keeneland in the grade one. Jenny Wiley.
Keeneland's 10th race upcoming, 44th running of the Stone Street Lexington Stakes. The main track listed fast. Race 10 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. It starts the last of the rolling doubles. Scratch number 3, Decisive Win, and scratch the 4, Enforced Agenda.
Race number 10, the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington, already 12 minutes away from post time here for our co-feature on the afternoon. And let's get into the top two selections as we're about ready for a rider's up call. The Hell We Did, the number 7 horse, is my top play. A colt by Authentic, who absolutely toyed with the field in his last race at Sunland at 6 furlongs and 108 flat. If you watch that race back, he was geared down. I mean, he had the race won at the top of the stretch, winning it by 13 lengths, but he more or less jogged under the wire and still ran in 108 flat. He is a half-brother to Grade 1 winner Senor Buscador, who won the Saudi Cup. He's also a half-brother to a few other stakes winners as well. In fact, 5 in total from this brilliant broodmare in Rose's Desert. So this colt by Authentic getting the opportunity to go 2 turns for the first time. Todd Fincher telling me he wished he would have had a route race into him before stepping into this level of competition, but they're going to see what they've got here in the Stone Street Lexington, and he is very, very talented. That is the hell we did. Luis Saez looking to go back-to-back on the card in these graded stakes races on this Saturday. And then the number 9 horse, Azum, 5-2. He is the current second choice in the wagering. This is a colt by Essential Quality who demolished the field at Colonial by 19 lengths on Virginia Derby Day on that undercard in the maiden special weight event. 19-length winner. He got to the lead, and he never looked back. He just continued to improve. So first time going 2 turns for this well-bred son of the champion Essential Quality, a Keeneland November sale graduate from 2023 as a weanling. $485,000 for Shadwell Stable. Very good race coming up. Wide open event. It's the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th race, 44th running of the Stone Street Lexington Stakes, Grade 3 for 3-year-olds on the main track at 1 mile and a 16th. Main track is fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. This starts the last of the rolling doubles. Scratch the 3 Decisive Win and scratch the 4 Enforced Agenda. Post time at 5 minutes. Number 1, Corona de Oro, owned by On Our Own Stable, LLC, Commonwealth Stable, U Racing Stable, Saints or Sinners, Titletown Racing Stables, also owned by Nichols Barker, Rivers Thoroughbreds, and by Haynes and Stewart, trained by Dallas Stewart, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 2, Exhibition Only, owned by SEI Thoroughbreds of Dustin Pusatier, owned also by Rudy Rodriguez, trained by Rudy Rodriguez. Ruben Silvera is the jockey. 5, Mr. T, owned by Bailey Boy Racing, LLC, of F.K. Bailey, trained by Clebaco, Galindo Torres, Mitchell Merle, the jockey. 6, Ramblin', owned by Don Blackwood and Red Pack Partners of Don Blackwood, trained by Bobby Barnett, the jockey Mario Gutierrez. 7, The Hell We Did, owned by the Peacock Family Holdings LP of Joe Peacock Jr., trained by Todd Fincher, the jockey Luis Saez. 8, Trendsetter, owned by Midway Racing, LLC of Devant Latham, trained by Ben Colebrook, Kazushi Kamira, the jockey. 9, A Zoom, owned by the Shadwell Stable of Jonathan Smith, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 10, Confessional, owned by Steve Landers Racing, LLC of Steve Landers, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. And number 11, I Did, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned by David Stodiker, Terman Racing Stable, LLC of Frank Terman, Sky High Racing, LLC of Harvey Diamond, trained by Mike Maker. Juan Hernandez is the jockey. Post time at about 3 minutes. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the Stone Street Lexington is Marcos Rafael, the groom for number 11, I Did. Marcos, congratulations.
We come front side to complete the discussion on the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington, and my third choice is Confessional. He's the favorite right now. He comes out of the toughest races, arguably, running in the Virginia Derby in his most recent start, going 1 mile and an eighth. That's a one-turn mile and an eighth. And that big main track down in New Kent, Virginia at Colonial. He finished 3rd that day, 2 starts back. He went 2 turns for the first time in his career, and he was up near the front end, kind of faded in the Sam F. Davis as one of the favorites on that afternoon, a race that was won by Renegade. But Confessional, you could argue getting a little class relief, but by no means is this an easy race. It's a Grade 3. It's a Grade 3 here at Keeneland, the Stone Street Lexington, and has been historically in recent years a great stepping stone to, say, the second jewel of the American Triple Crown in the Preakness Stakes, even though this does offer Kentucky Derby qualifying points. So looking forward to this race. It is a race full of talent. It is the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington Stakes, and we're at the 2-minute warning, 2 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th race, 44th running of the Stone Street Lexington Stakes, Grade 3. Moving into line, race 10. Corona de Oro comes forward along with The Hell We Did. Be a first wire finish. Trendsetter, exhibition only, moving into line. A Zoom. Mr. T, now Confessional. Ramblin'. I Did will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off in the Stone Street Lexington Stakes. There's Confessional from the outside. The Hell We Did kicks in between horses. The Hell We Did moves up and has the lead as they head for the first turn. Corona de Oro is going to scoot up the rail, though, and challenge for the lead. A Zoom forwardly placed. Caught a bit wide. 3 wide into the first turn. Trendsetter is fourth between horses. Exhibition only. His fifth toward the inside. Confessional broke well, but is now sixth outward from the rail. About 5 lengths off the lead around the first turn. Mr. T is seventh in between horses. I Did is in the eighth position, and Ramblin' last of the 9. Onto the backstretch they go. Corona de Oro leads 23.68 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Corona de Oro leads at 3/4 of a length. The Hell We Did is second a half length. The Zoom is third up on the outside. Trendsetter fourth by a head. Confessional is fifth on his outside. And then Mr. T, I Did on the outside of that one. Exhibition only back toward the rail. And Ramblin' is last as they head off the end of the backstretch. 47.92 seconds the time for the first half mile. Corona de Oro is the leader, only by a neck. The Hell We Did starts to draw alongside. Confessional gears up, has to go wide. 3 wide around the far turn, tries to zero in on the top 2. Trendsetter moves up the rail in fourth. A Zoom has lost ground and is dropping back through the pack as they come past the quarter pole. Corona de Oro to the inside. The Hell We Did is there. Trendsetter looks for some running room at the top of the short stretch. Confessional is still 6 lengths away in fourth. I Did is fifth. They turn for home. The Hell We Did. Trendsetter stacking up to the outside of Corona de Oro. Trendsetter coming to the 16th pole, unleashing a rally on the outside for Kazushi Kamura. It is Trendsetter to the lead. It is Trendsetter to spring the upset, winning the Stone Street Lexington.
trendsetter from off the pace here in the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington at 32-1. At this point in time, he has passed his main rivals down on the inside, the Hell We Did, and Corona de Oro, and he's going to extend his lead as he blows up the tote board with this huge performance, 32-1. Ben Colebrook for Midway Racing on this son of Modernist.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 8, Trendsetter, finished first. Number 7, The Hell We Did, was second. Number 1, Corona de Oro, third. And the 11, I Did, was fourth. 8-7-1-11 unofficial. Tenth race results official, 8-7-1-11, the official results. Moving into the stakes winner circle at Keeneland for the 44th running of the Stone Street Lexington. Number 8, Trendsetter, owned by Midway Racing LLC of Devant Latham, trained by Ben Colebrook. Kazushi Kimura has his second winner on the card. Trendsetter, a 3-year-old gelded son of Modernist out of Suyapa by Astrology, bred in Kentucky by the Circle B family farm. Keeneland January graduate Trendsetter gets the mile and a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 44.52 seconds. Barbara Banke, proprietor, Stone Street Farm, presents the trophy for the Stone Street Lexington to the connections of Trendsetter.
Trendsetter setting the trend here in the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington for Ben Colebrook and Kazushi Kimura. Kazushi, coming into this race, what was your plan of attack? Just to lay back and see what developed out in front of you?
Well, I learned from last race. I was riding at the tough way. He's always kind of like a need to keep pushing horse. But, since last race and today, he able to show up speed from the gate. And I was really comfortable like behind the front horses. So. And when I swing it out, he just accelerated really beautiful.
Congratulations on this stakes win here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Thank you.
Ben, taking the shot here in the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington. When did this plan come together for you and this horse?
Kind of after the race at Turfway, after the rush away, we were looking around and there just wasn't anywhere to really run him. I know his numbers weren't stacking up kind of against these horses, but I just kind of a little feeling that he could, maybe get a piece of it with the way he'd been training since the last race. And I think it's a big deal training at Keeneland year-round and have a horse that knows this course and has been here. And I kind of as a grinder, so I thought back to long on the dirt was kind of what he's always wanted to do. He's just never had a chance to do it.
Were you surprised by the result?
I wouldn't say I was surprised. I thought he was going to run good. I definitely didn't think that kind of performance was there, but I thought we were going to see some improvement. And if he improved, that he was going to be kind of right there with these horses and, could get a piece of it.
Congrats on a great start to the meet here at Keeneland Racecourse.
It's been a great meet. Thank you.
Ben Colebrook and Trendsetter with Kazushi Kimura for Midway Racing. They take the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 11th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. A reminder in race 11, scratch the 3 Royal Guard, scratch the 10 Edzo Said So, and scratch the 12 Mush Carry. The jockey for the 1-star medal, Gerardo Corrales. Gerardo Corrales, the jockey for the 1-star medal. Turf is firm.
15 minutes away from the 11th and final. It's the $1 Toyota Super High Five event here on this big Saturday of racing. And this is a maiden special weight event for straight 3-year-old horses that are going to be going a mile and a 16th on the firm listed turf course to close out this Saturday card. Number 6 horse is my top selection, West End Kid. His debut performance where he was nearly 20-1 was too much for me to get past. I thought it was a very, very promising debut effort. He did encounter a little bit of trouble, and late in that race, he was rolling on. So if he can move forward off of that start and the addition of blinkers, maybe we'll see a little bit more forward position from this horse with the addition of blinkers. That was a very promising debut. And trainer Will Walden, his stats when it comes to adding blinkers to horses for the first time, he's getting 33% winners. Also, second-time starters for Will Walden, 29% winners. And this horse falls under both of those categories. So 7-5 is the price that we're getting on the horse that will likely go favorite, I would imagine, based on the early action here on West End Kid. The number 4 horse, Here's Johnny, for Ray Handel, is a colt by Oscar Performance, gets Lasix for the first time. He gets a significant amount of class relief. This will be his 3-year-old debut as a maiden, I should say. He was running in the Grade 3 with anticipation at Saratoga. The Grade 2 Pilgrim nearly won that race as a maiden, beaten just ahead. And again, as a maiden, ran in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf and was only beaten 5.5 lengths to some really nice horses in Stad and Stark Contrast, who's come on and run some very big performances out in Southern California. So the fact that the 4 is at 5-2, thought he would be the favorite. There's still time. We may see this horse come down in price, but if you can catch him at 5-2, not a bad gamble on a horse getting back into maiden special weight company after 3 consecutive graded stakes races. And then Soul Man rounds out the top 3 selections. He's a price. He's 29-1 for trainer Chris Hartman. A Taproot gelding stretching out to a rat of ground for the first time here this afternoon after starting off his career in all turf sprints. So he could potentially control this race. He's got the pedigree to go on, and we saw a horse earlier today almost go gate to wire on the turf course in a route race who was stretching out to a route for the first time in a while. So Soul Man, I think he's a danger at 29-1. If you want to take a gamble on a long shot, he is one that I would suggest in a big way here this afternoon with this 2-turn for the first time scenario for Soul Man, the number 7 horse. Just waiting for the riders up call for the 11th and final here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Dreaming of Julia, maiden special weight for 3-year-olds at 1 1/16 over the firm turf. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch 3, Royal Guard. Scratch 10, Edzo Said So. And scratch the 12, Mush Carry. A reminder, the jockey for the 1-star medal is Gerardo Corrales. Post time, 6 minutes. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the 11th race is Robil Garcia, the groom for number 11 coordinator. Congratulations.
Just 4 minutes away from this nightcap, and some observations from a physical perspective. The number 8 horse out of the John Ennis barn, gelding by Medaglia d'Oro. He looks like a horse that will absolutely benefit from going further in his race today. After debuting sprinting, ended up finishing 3rd that day. He looks every bit ready for this mile and a 16th turf event. So he is 11-1 on the board right now. I would not be surprised if he takes a big step forward. He is a really good-looking son of Medaglia d'Oro out of a Runaway and Hyde First Dam, who was a stakes winner in Ask Bailey. 4 minutes to get those plays in for the nightcap here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Dreaming of Julia. Moving into line, race 11. Star Medal goes in, along with West End Kid. Pin Star and now Soul Man. Here's Johnny. Terre Haute. High Honors, Sharon's Angels. Coordinator, the last one, comes forward. Going in, they're at the post. And they're off. Sharon's Angels ducked out at the start, and Coordinator had to go wide in the opening strides. In the meantime, up front, headed for the first turn, it's going to be High Honors. He's going to move on by for the early lead. Slides over next to the rail, opens up by 2 lengths here, but now has company. West End Kid is going to move up, wants to move forward, and it's just off the leader's flank now in that forwardly placed second position as High Honors shows the way around the first turn. Star Medal is traveling toward the back of the pack now, has to drop all the way out to the back. Pin Star moves up the inside into third. There goes Sharon's Angels. Sharon's Angels had to go 3 wide around the first turn. West End Kid is still pretty keen to move up and challenge High Honors for the lead. Sharon's Angels third up on the far outside. Pin Star is in fourth. Here's Johnny right toward the center of the pack, is in the 5th position at the midpoint of the backstretch. Soul Man is 6th on the outside. Star Medal 7th back toward the inside. Coordinator is 8th in between horses as they head for the far turn. Terre Haute last of the 9, 22.86 for the quarter, 47.16 seconds for the opening half mile. Onto the turn they go. It is High Honors with the lead. West End Kid draws alongside the leader. Top 2 separated by just ahead. Midway on the far turn, Pin Star tries to pick them up third, still 2 lengths off the front pair. Here's Johnny is in the 4th position, still running 5 lengths off the lead. Soul Man to the outside of that one. Star Medal, then Coordinator, who's still toward the back of the pack, looking for some running room, still 8 lengths off the lead. West End Kid has the lead from High Honors. Here's Johnny is in third. Coordinator is still in the 4th position, looks for more running room in between horses, a good 6 lengths behind West End Kid. Here's Johnny second, Coordinator third. Down to the wire, West End Kid. Tyler Gaffalione, 3 wins on the day. West End Kid to take it by 5 lengths on the line. Here's Johnny was home second. It was Coordinator third to be a photo to separate 4th and 5th.
Well, the addition of blinkers and that one race experience went a long way for West End Kid. He jumped from the gate, had that forward position, and plenty of finish to seal the deal here in the 11th and final. Well done to Tyler Gaffalione. A big day here at Keeneland. Will Walden as well for most speed racing. West End Kid, caught by Twirling Candy, open length victory at odds of 9-5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 11th race. Number 6, West End Kid, finished first. Number 4, Here's Johnny, was second. The 11, Coordinator, third. Number 8, Terre Haute, was fourth. And number 2, Penn Star, fifth. 6-4-11-8-2, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Dreaming of Julia, number 6, West End Kid, owned by Mo Speed Racing of Scott Mawaka, trained by Will Walden for his second winner on the card. A riding triple for jockey Tyler Gaffalione today. West End Kid, a 3-year-old son of Twirling Candy, out of To a Friend by Scat Daddy, bred in Kentucky by Fred Hertrick. Mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 41.99 seconds. Results of race 11 official, 6-4-11-8-2, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Dreaming of Julia Trophy presentation, representatives of Stone Street Farm present to the connections of West End Kid. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Live racing resumes here tomorrow at Keeneland, 1 p.m. Eastern. This reminder, simulcasting stays open for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.